Recording in progress.
Well, good evening and welcome to all to our regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, April 6, 2026. Now, tonight, if you wish to provide a comment on anything on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card, and they're located in the hallway right before you walk in, and please bring them over to our clerk here at the front of the room. And just want to note that we do concurrent translation services, which are available all during the meeting in Spanish and in a variety of other languages. And to access the translations online, please use the link that's posted in the agenda. Or to access that translation, you can use the QR code that's on the door at the back of the room. Now I'll turn to our clerk and ask for the evening's roll call.
Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson?
Here.
DeCarly?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And a moment of silence, please. From time to time, the council uses this opportunity to honor a member of the Petaluma community who's contributed to the fabric of Petaluma through their efforts and who has also recently passed. Tonight is a moment of such an honor and sadness as we'll close this meeting in honor of Arnie Cohen, who taught us that we all have an obligation to give more than we take, and that with a strong spirit of volunteerism, we accomplished much more than we ever imagined. Arnie, alongside with his wife and daughters, founded the Carousel Fund in 1986, and after raising funds for the family of a little girl battling leukemia in town. Their goal was simple, yet profound, to provide financial assistance to families in Petaluma facing catastrophic illness. The Carousel Fund events, whether opulent or casino nights, and they were the biggest deal in town for a long time. A lot of all-star entertainment, glitz and glamour, but grounded in the purpose. And through these efforts, more than $2.5 million was raised, supporting over 200 Petaluma families in their time of greatest needs over 30 years. Arnie played an active role in promoting ballot measures for the school district. He also served as president of Special Olympics, Marin County, for 12 years, and always championed inclusion, dignity, and opportunity for all. Arnie leaves behind a legacy of generosity, leadership, and deep community connection. It occurs to me that there are no angels, just people like Arnie who put on wings and do the work and do incredible things. He will be missed. We will be closing this meeting tonight in Arnie's honor. At this point, I look at the agenda. I look up and down the dais, see if anyone wishes a modification of our agenda. And seeing none, we have adopted our agenda as it's posted and as you have in your hands. And we get to move to proclamations. Tonight we have a couple of proclamations we'd like to read. And first, it is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I'd like to invite Rebecca Fine, the Executive Director of Verity, and Georgino Tello Ugarin, the Verity Domestic Violence Advocate, to the podium to come and accept for tonight. And it reads, whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is intended to draw attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has profound and lasting impact on every community member in Sonoma County. And whereas Verity Sonoma County's Sexual Assault Prevention, Intervention, and Healing Center works with over 1,200 survivors in the county every year, providing 24/7, 365 crisis and support hotline and tailored advocacy services at any point in their healing and justice journeys. and host over 200 presentations and events, reaching over 14,000 community members. And whereas nearly half of women will experience some form of sexual violence, at least 1 in 6 men has experienced sexual abuse or assault, and youth under 18, people with disabilities, people of color, queer, transgender, and non-binary people, homeless people, undocumented people, youth in foster care, and people of other marginalized identities are at much greater risk. And whereas over 18,000 members of the military and over 80,000 people who are incarcerated experience sexual violence every year. And whereas the City of Petaluma strongly supports the efforts of Verity and encourages every resident to actively engage in efforts to end sexual violence, including conversations about what sexual violence is, how to prevent it, and how to help survivors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with all the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and commend Verity in its efforts to support local survivors of sexual violence through intervention and healing. Thank you.
We want to thank you, Mayor McDonald, and the members of the Petaluma City Council for this proclamation and for recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This acknowledgement matters. It matters because sexual violence is often invisible, carried quietly, sometimes for years or even decades. And when a city and elected officials take a moment like this to name it, recognize it, it sends a powerful message to survivors. It says that we see you. You're not alone. We believe you. At Verity, we have the privilege and the responsibility of walking alongside survivors every day. Every year, we support over 1,000 survivors, notably approximately 20% of whom are children under the age of 18. Through crisis intervention, advocacy, and healing services. They come to us to support their healing and justice journeys, all while trying to hold together the rest of their lives: work, school, family, community. In addition, we work hard every day to ensure the community is aware of what's going on and knows how to talk about this and recognize the signs when, hopefully before it happens. And while our work is deeply rooted in care and connection, it is also shaped by a constant reality that funding for these services is fragile. The need has not decreased, but resources often do. Sustaining this work requires ongoing investment, not only in responding to harm, but in preventing it in the first place. And we appreciate and honor Petaluma, who stands out as a city in Sonoma County, specifically for their ongoing investment in having an embedded sexual assault and domestic violence advocate, right here by my side, Georgina Tello, to work alongside the Petaluma Police Department every day. This year, in the lead up to Sexual Assault Awareness Month, a new revelation related to a cause that's near and dear to our community came to light. It was that Cesar Chavez, a revered civil rights leader, had groomed, abused, and raped women and girls who he worked closely with. Dolores Huerta and others carried these experiences in silence for decades, for fear of undermining the movement and not being believed when speaking out against this powerful man. That fear, the tension between speaking truth and protecting something larger than oneself, is something that many survivors of sexual assault understand deeply. The experience of holding harm while also feeling a responsibility to family, to community, or a broader cause is a reality that far too many people have to navigate. Their fear was not only about not being believed, but about the possibility that speaking out might undermine a movement that meant survival, dignity, and justice for so many. It reminds us that sexual violence does not exist in isolation. It intersects with power, culture, history, and community. And it reinforces why our response must be thoughtful, inclusive, rooted in justice, and clear in our message that we believe survivors. Survivors are not alone and do not have to carry this burden on their own. We will not tolerate power-based harm and violence in our communities. So today we accept this proclamation with gratitude and with a continued call to action, that we continue to build a community where survivors are supported without hesitation and with the resources that they deserve to heal. So thank you for standing with Verity and with survivors this month and always.
Thank you.
And we have, thank you.
We are going to leave some of the pamphlets here in case someone wants to reach out to us.
And thank you tonight. We also tonight have a Wildfire Awareness Month, and I'd like to invite our fire representatives, Fire Marshal Amy Sige and Assistant Chief Chad Costa, to the podium to accept. And it reads, whereas the city of Petaluma is located in an area at risk for wildfire, and whereas the residents in wildfire-prone areas play a critical role in reducing risk and severity of wildfires and in preventing the loss of life, the injury, and property damage through proactive preparedness. And whereas the city of Petaluma is committed to reducing wildfire risk and has done so through programs such as the hazardous vegetation management and community chipping services that support residents in creating defensible space. And whereas Petaluma residents are encouraged to serve as local leaders by taking steps to improve defensibility and resilience, contributing to more fire-adapted community. And whereas all residents are encouraged to participate in Wildfire Awareness Month by taking meaningful actions to reduce wildfire risk around their homes and in their neighborhoods. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with all the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Wildfire Awareness Month in the city of Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say quickly that having traveled the Western United States and unfortunately seen the effects of wildfire in many communities, this is very important. We appreciate the acknowledgement and greatly appreciate all the residents' efforts to reduce that from happening in our community. And thank you to the prevention team for all the great efforts that they're doing to help prevent that as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that moves us to our presentation for the evening. We have a presentation on our grazing program. And it's really been quite the change over the last few years, and I'm really glad the city has stepped into this space. And to help us with this, we have Delana Bradford, our Senior Management Analyst, to present. Take it away, Delana.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and community. As we recognize our incredible fire staff during Wildfire Prevention Week, it's also fitting to celebrate one of Petaluma's most unique traditions, the Transhumans Festival. This Saturday, April 11th, please join us for the annual Running of the Sheep beginning at 9 a.m. at the Gardenway Stage and Lawn at the Petaluma Fairgrounds. This festival is a great opportunity to connect with fellow community members and your opportunity to take part in a free livestock stockmanship lesson from our amazing grazing consultant, Sarah Kaiser. This Saturday at 10:30 a.m., the flock will make its way down D Street, and this is where we need the community's help to keep the sheep on track as we shepherd them to Steamer's Landing Park. The celebration continues there from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. with live music, local food, sheep shearing, and weaving demonstrations. We really hope to see you all there. The tradition of this festival reflects something deeper about Petaluma, our connection to our working landscapes. Tonight, we'll share how targeted grazing builds on that legacy to reduce wildfire risk, eliminate chemical herbicide use, and advance our climate and stewardship goals through strategic partnerships. While grazing may appear simple, sheep, goats, or cattle in open space, it is a carefully managed, data-driven vegetation strategy that delivers measurable public benefit. Our grazing program aligns directly with city policy and broader state changes. First, Petaluma's integrated pest management policy commits us to ecosystem-based vegetation management that minimizes harm to the people and the environment and discourages routine use of synthetic pesticides. Grazing supports this commitment by reducing reliance on chemical herbicides while effectively managing vegetation. Second, beginning back in 2024, the state of California updated its small off-road engine regulations, requiring most new landscaping equipment, such as leaf blowers, mowers, and string trimmers, to meet zero-emission standards. While existing equipment can still be used, transitioning to zero-emission tools has increased upfront costs for municipalities and our contractors. At the same time, labor and landscape maintenance costs continue to rise due to workforce shortages and those equipment transitions. Taken together, these factors make grazing not just environmentally aligned, but also operationally practical and forward-looking. In 2023, the city launched its first targeted grazing pilot across 5 park and open space sites totaling approximately 32.5 acres. These sites included Oak Hill Park, Manion Knolls Park, Westridge Park and Open Space, Country Club Open Space, and Arroyo Park. The pilot was designed to test feasibility, evaluate vegetation reduction effectiveness, and assess whether grazing could serve as a reliable tool within our park system. The results were clear: meaningful fuel reduction, effective vegetation management without chemical herbicide use in those areas, and thankfully, strong community interest. In 2024, we expanded acreage, refined site selection, and improved operational logistics and public communication. In 2025, with grant funding secured through the Sonoma and Goldridge Resource Conservation Districts via the Coastal Conservancy, we further increased acreage, including introducing grazing at the airport, and began developing a formal grazing master plan. This plan establishes prioritization criteria, environmental safeguards, operational standards, and long-term cost modeling to guide responsible scaling. In 2026, we are continuing to expand coordination, introducing grazing at Lafferty Ranch, piloting grazing as a creek management tool, and evaluating use at the Ellis Creek Water Recycle Facility oxidation ponds to help protect critical infrastructure and support watershed stewardship. In total, over 313 acres are planned for grazing this year. As with any program in our public spaces, community feedback has been essential. We've received strong report from residents who value a natural, climate-aligned approach to vegetation management. We've also heard 2 consistent concerns. First, dog interactions within the parks. And as a result, we continue refining signage, communication, and site planning to minimize conflicts and improve safety. And secondly, the overall costs of the program. And those are the exact kinds of questions we should be asking as stewards of public resources. Rather than relying solely on internal estimates, this year we partnered with Lisa Kane, senior economics and AP government teacher at Casa Grande High School, to launch a semester-long project in which her senior students conducted a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of the city's grazing program. The students are evaluating not only contract costs, but broader public value, including avoided wildfire damage, public health benefits from reducing chemical inputs into waterways, and the long-term impacts of healthier soils on erosion control and slope stability. While we expect grazing to be more cost-effective over time, students are helping quantify those long-term comparisons, including identifying optimal acreage and in which year the greatest benefits will be realized. We're excited to have students tabling with us at the Transhumance Festival this Saturday and at Future Fest on May 3rd at the Petaluma Community Center at Lucchese Park. We encourage you and the community to stop by and hear from the students directly. This partnership reflects local government at its best: transparent, collaborative, and educational, while helping quantify the full return on investment in prevention and resilience. This slide shows where the community can catch the flock over the next several weeks. You can see we began with Lafferty Ranch and Rocky Memorial Dog Park, which we are happy to report has already been completed. The flock is now moving through Arroyo and Wiseman Parks, and they will next be headed to Westridge Park and Open Space. Because grazing is dynamic and depends on site conditions like vegetation height or density and weather, this represents only a portion of the full schedule. For the most up-to-date locations and any adjustments, we're directing the public to cityofpetaluma.org/grazing webpage, which is listed at the bottom of the slide. Our webpage includes the full schedule so residents can easily find the flock at any given time. When our community members go to visit the grazing sites, we ask that they please follow posted signage and give the animals and shepherds plenty of space. As we look ahead, this is about more than grazing. It's about choosing prevention over reaction, reducing wildfire risk before disaster strikes, protecting our waterways and public health, and investing in strategies that deliver long-term resilience. With completion of the Grazing Master Plan anticipated by June 30th, 2026, we will have the framework to scale strategically and compete for upcoming grant opportunities. Our team goal is clear: build a program that strengthens public safety and environmental stewardship while minimizing reliance on local operating funds. Petaluma has always blended tradition with innovation. Targeted grazing does exactly that, honoring our agricultural roots while applying modern data-driven land management. We invite the community to see this work firsthand at the Transhumance and Future festivals. This is prevention in action. This is stewardship at work. This is Petaluma at its best, rooted in tradition, guided by data, and leading with purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. Appreciate it. Hope everybody comes out to the Transhumance Festival this weekend. Another good thing going on at the fairground, by the way, right? I'm sure the council has a couple of questions. And the public, if you have a question on this, please feel free to speak during public comment, and I'm sure we'll be here to answer questions during public comment. Anyone in council have a question? Councilmember Shribs.
Yes, thank you. I fully support it. Even though I was in the pesticide industry for 25 years, I've loved having the sheep do it instead. The other program that I've seen work pretty well and advertised, in fact, we have crews here that do scything. In fact, we have groups that wanted to come out, and I think we've tried that. So how does the costs and efficacy relate between using the sheep and then using a scything team to go out and do the work? Is there comparisons on the two, both economically and actually end results?
Yeah, thank you. We do not have any cost information for our scythers, but we are trying to build a relationship with them. So we are working with them to try to put an event. When we do grazing, sometimes the weather doesn't cooperate when we get this rain and then the heat and then the rain and the heat. And sometimes in those first parks that we graze, we can have a little bit of regrowth. So we are actually working with a group of our community scythers to come into Arroyo Park the second week of May to do scything of the park for that regrowth. They've previously done work up at Lafferty Ranch, and we're also looking at having them help us out over at the marina. So we are exploring scything. We don't have any cost-related updates to give you right now, but we can certainly look into those and report back.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Now.
Just real fast, thank you for the presentation. Do you want to explain why it started earlier than expected because of the weather, Mother Nature wasn't cooperating, and how there's a sheep herder on site 24/7 with the herd, and there's signage? So maybe you could fill the public in on those items.
Yeah, thank you. I think you just did a good job. So we started a little bit earlier this year based on the feedback from Rocky Memorial Dog Park last year. When we grazed a little bit later in the season, there was a lot more vegetation that was a lot taller, and it took the flock a very long time to get through it. The park was closed for about 2 weeks, which was a little too long for the community to miss out on that space. So this year what we did was we actually had our parks team mow the top, which is the main area where the dogs, the primary area that they hang out. And then what we did was have the animals graze the perimeter, which is primarily where you find the foxtails, which was the biggest concern. So we got in there earlier to try to hit the foxtails before they went to seed, and then we also worked kind of a two-pronged approach to get them in and out of there to have that space open back up. So community members, when you go out to any of the parks or spaces, there is signage that lets you know the fences are electric, please don't touch them. Even though we love all of your dogs, the sheep do not love your dogs, so giving them plenty of space. And I think that was everything.
Thank you. One more thing. Please do not feed the livestock.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I just want to note, it must have been 10 years ago, we first banned herbicides at city parks, and was it for a few years later before at Public Works for other areas. And there's an impact to not doing that, and grazing addresses that impact. And so I'm excited for the day in the future when we are able to graze the medians here now. So, I'm a big fan of the future here. All right, well, thank you very much. And please hang for a minute to find out if anybody in general public comment has a question on our program. And that does move us to general public comment for the evening. And during general public comment, the public's invited to speak on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people wishing to speak, the additional comments will be heard after the last business item on the agenda. And I'd like to ask our clerk if we've received any emails, cards and letters, but prior to our meeting, and then to follow through with our messaging, please.
Yes, we did receive 15 comments ahead of the meeting, and those are posted online. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. During these 30 seconds, members of the public should bring their speaker cards to my desk if they have not already done so. Speaker cards received after this time may not be accommodated.
So we have 5 cards, and that allows the full 3 minutes for each speaker. And so our first speaker is Christine White, to be followed by John Hanania.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. Thank you for this time. I wanted to first thank the grazing program because I walk Westridge and Thompson Creek all the time, several times a day, and I appreciate the sheep. The signage has been great. The shepherd is on site full time, and the shepherd doesn't mind cookies, I'll tell you, usually, but not for the sheep. Dogs have been acclimated. I mean, I think it takes them, the first day is usually probably the most challenging for the shepherd, but otherwise, so thank you. I love this program. The other I wanted to ask is, we have opportunities in Petaluma to promote more business. I know you all are trying to do that, but I just wondered if there might be an opportunity to have an indoor farmers market in one of the buildings in one of our locations downtown. We have an opportunity for, there's one in Olympia that I go to when I'm there. There are vendors that are there year round. There are some vendors that are there seasonally. There are also artisans that are invited in for different special weekends. And on the weekends, they also have music. So we have an opportunity with Walnut Park being right there, and we have the Bank of the West that's empty, and I know people keep saying something about it. I wish my bank was there, but it's not. But it's an opportunity for an indoor farmers market, and I wondered, especially with Petaluma, it's challenging with our winds. At times, it would be nice to have that. So I think that's all I have to say. So my 3 minutes is turned back. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hanania, to be followed by Christian Ellen Jaden.
Good evening. Well, Kevin, I've noticed since October 15, even prior to that, you are very inconsistent. An elected official who participate in no king protest shouldn't behave like a king. The first meeting of this year, I've asked you about your policy. You couldn't give me an answer. I sat in the audience and I watched people turn their cards in after your new policy for 30 seconds. You called their name, but when I turn my card in, you have a fit. Okay? Last meeting, you opened the public comment at 1:31:15. A gentleman at 1:42:59, you could see him walking right here. The phone in the left hand, the card in the right hand. 11 minutes and 44 seconds after you called him. The meeting with the animal shelter, I told you I have another card. You had a problem with that. But yet, when somebody else gave their time, you didn't bother asking if they had a card until there was confusion about who had the time. You seem to have a real issue. I'm sorry that I have to say this to you, but it needs to be said. You're all over the map. Why can't you set a policy? Every meeting you have a different policy. Why is that? You have two set of rules. One set of rules for the community, one set of rules for you. Any of you up there who violate decorum, you don't hold them accountable. You don't say a word. When the urban chat, they wanted to come down here and ask you to have special election. You allowed 27 minutes. When people you associate with, you have no problem bending the rules. The meeting after that, 22 and a half minutes. People you want to hear from, you have a leeway. A few meetings ago, somebody stood here and was giving you compliments. And I had a conversation with Mr. Shribs. He can tell you about that, okay? He went way over his time. Did you cut his mic? No. When one of you up there wagged their finger at you, I'm not done yet. You don't stop them after their time finish. If I stand here right now and my time is up, and I wag my finger at you, tell you I'm not done, you're going to cut my mic off. Why is that, Kevin? Why can't you be consistent, treat everybody equally? Thank you.
Thank you. Christian Allen Jaden, to be followed by Chantel Rogers. Sorry, was that 3 names?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No, you're good. You're good. Hopefully you guys are having a pretty good day so far. We're here to talk about Fair Street and Douglas Street needed to be more safer and for people to walk around there. Many students and families cross there every single day. Times I walk there with seeing people with their dogs, walking around for workouts, and there is not yet any strong signal to traffic lights. We should add a street light or street light on Douglas Street at the crossing near the school. This helps us, and it helps us and the drivers see us when we're walking around and need to stop in a moment.
We're also here to talk about sidewalks. The sidewalks also need repair right now. They are uneven and hard to use after school and events. Many people walk through this area and it becomes crowded and unsafe. People who use wheelchairs have trouble moving. Older adults with low balance face risks of falling. People with pets also struggle to walk safely.
And then fixing the sidewalks and adding proper crosswalk lights will make the area safer and easier to use for everyone in the area. These changes will support the students, families, and the whole community altogether.
That'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we recognize that safety in town is everyone's major concern. And I appreciate you guys speaking tonight. And we have one of these has an email on here. Who do we have for an email on here? Christian. Yeah, hi. So I'm going to pass this card to our clerk, and she'll have the Safe Streets staff person contact you so you guys can continue this dialogue, because I think you're onto something there. So our last speaker is Jasmine Cage. I'm sorry. Our next speaker is Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Jasmine Cage.
a pattern with you, Kevin. I'm
Sorry.
This evening, I'd like to revisit the subject of the Public Records Act requests that were referenced in the last City Council meeting. The many requests for information from the public were characterized as a nuisance, and the time spent on them was categorized as mind-boggling, not cool, a burden for the good of the public, and transparent government to an excess level. My first public request was not submitted by me. I called the Public Works Department with a question that the person answering the phone could not answer, so I sent an email. As a response, they told me they had created a PRA in my name. I was frankly a little freaked out. I thought, whoa, I just want this question answered, and had not intended to submit a formal request. When I got an answer, the response was that there was no information available and they had closed my request. Now I know that there is an answer, so it would seem that my only option is to put in another request, maybe phrased a little differently, to again try to get the information that I'm looking for. In talking to people around town, I'm apparently not the only one who has experienced this. Departments sometimes create PRAs instead of responding directly. As well, email writers who do not get a response from city employees may submit a PRA in an effort to obtain information not forthcoming from city departments. Residents create PRAs when the information they are seeking is not readily available online or through city communication avenues. It's our right per the state of California. Petaluma might be able to reduce the number of requests made by posting additional information online and by compelling departments to communicate more openly concerning citizen requests and inquiries. Informed citizens are engaged citizens, and Petaluma should welcome an engaged citizenry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Jasmine Cage.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time. I'm here to talk about kind of a delicate issue that's happening in real time at Kenilworth Junior High, where my daughter is an 8th grade student. She has a medical condition which makes physical PE difficult. She has what's called exercise-induced urticaria. If you can imagine, anytime your heart rate's elevated, being covered with itchy welts, it's very uncomfortable. She's had it since she was a little kid. You know, she used to throw tantrums as a 2-year-old, and she would stop because she was itchy. So I came to the school. This is medically documented. I said, please, can we work with her in PE? And they said, yeah. Well, she comes home crying a couple weeks ago because apparently, and she hadn't told me this because I'm a fierce mother and she was afraid of my reaction, they have been punishing her all year long for not suiting up and not participating and giving her lunch detentions where she doesn't get to eat lunch. And because she can't run, they have to make her do a mile, and she just basically spends the whole time walking. And so she doesn't get to eat lunch. The last straw was when Vice Principal Jessica Denon called her into her office for 10 minutes and was interrogating her and asking her very personal questions about her anatomy. So my daughter came home, finally told me this. I went to your district office and had the fortunate occurrence of running into Jason Sutter on his very last day as assistant superintendent. As he was telling me this, as I was telling him this, his jaw kind of dropped and he couldn't really understand. He said, we did away with the mandate of students having to suit up for PE. We put that in place at the beginning of this last school year. So my daughter's been missing lunches and being, penalized for not dressed. So I go to the school, I lodge a formal complaint. They kind of get this, crud. They hire external counsel, a law firm called F3, Fagan, Friedman, and Fulfrost, which the school district's paying for right now to investigate this. I was deposed, my daughter was deposed, everyone involved. Some of the PE teachers were gone for a while, and I thought maybe they'd been fired, but they're back. My daughter's been pulled from PE, but apparently, instead of shrinking back, they're doubling down on this. They've been doing these raids, asking students if they have their PE clothes, searching lockers. They have crazy, crazy regulations. These students, when they're in the locker rooms, a PE teacher is in a glass enclosed office, a male for the boys' room.
May I interrupt for a second, please? We hold the time for a second. Our public comment is for things that are in the subject matter discretion of the city and school districts.
Does the city not fund the school?
Nope, not at all.
Okay, well, y'all should know.
Yeah, and so what I'm going to
You
have
got
to do
some
is
people
either
forcing kids to put on little
tie it
tiny
around
shorts
something
every
that's
day.
city matter, or so I think you were looking for the school board and the elected officials that run the
I
school
have
board.
launched a formal
Since
investigation
the
through the
city
school
cannot
board
help
and
you.
nothing's happening. So my next course of action is just, I don't know, to go to TikTok. I don't want to bring a lot of attention to this fine city, but you got a bunch of people who are just, they're doing their own thing at this school. They're not
Thank you.
responding to.
Alas, it's not a city subject matter jurisdiction. We don't have a role in that arena. So I have to ask you either to tie it to a city matter or that's your time for tonight.
Or just move.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker, a public comment speaker for the evening. And that brings us up to council comments. And I'd like to start with Councilmember Shribs tonight.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of meetings I've been to, but a couple of the webinars I've gone to, but it's the same story over again. We need more housing, especially mixed use and missing middle type of housing. So that's that part. Coming up on Thursday, the museum is opening up for a new exhibit. That's going to be all about our river and our tidal slough and the marsh. So everyone, that'll be there for several months. I was on the team that helped put together some of the materials. So everyone can show up anyway in the next 2 months. Haven't heard of a special event yet, but there'll be several throughout that period. And then at the last council meeting, we talked a little bit about using AI by staff and using it as a tool. And so I offered to look at it, especially for the city charter, which I did. And so I had a conversation with AI, and I did share it with our city attorney. And we came to the conclusion that actually it is a useful tool. It can work really well to help uncover new ideas and help create a language based on the 400 other city charters here in California, which can be read in 10 seconds by AI and analyzed and brought back to and related and compared to ours. So as a tool, we've kind of worked on that, but we just discovered that there is a long process. Even if we got started today, it's still going to be at least an 18-month process because there is a process to get the city charter going. And at the moment, the staff we have the general plan, and the general plan also needs a lot of zoning needs to get done, fees need to get done, which are pretty high priority. So the staff's pretty book solid with taking care of right now current, really immediate issues. But as a suggestion, if we want to put together a team by us or from past council members that want to work on this, there's some lawyers around that I think that we're on the council. Anyway, that's just an option to think about down the road here to see if we maybe help support, because I know this has been a long-term concern and issue that maybe we can help along the way, but at the moment, it's still a long-term project. Anyway, that's my report for today.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. I don't have any liaison reports tonight. The last TAC meeting that I was at, we're gonna go through a lot of that later in this meeting. But I do want to give a tip of the cap to the young gentleman that came in. I was at a high school class recently, and the question was asked, how do we get things changed? How do we get more parking spaces or make our streets safer? And I suggested, well, do you know what general public comment is? And I'm glad they showed up. So I'm going to encourage staff to get their contact information and connect with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Now.
Tonight, my first liaison report is from the regular meeting of the Public Safety Advisory Committee. Members were given a presentation on the Petaluma Police Department's body-worn camera program. The PPD staff members gave detailed answers to various questions the committee members and public had. Evidence from the body-worn cameras are used for criminal investigations, and more information can be found on the PPD website. My second liaison report is from the Sonoma County Homeless Coalition Board meeting. In this meeting, members discussed the many challenges that are forecasted for providing future funding for behavioral health aspect of the unhoused population. My favorite quote from the meeting was, "Crisis is always and opportunity, and what do we need to do to work together efficiently. I attended the Petaluma Area Chamber of Commerce 2026 Directory event, and this is it. The Petaluma means business, a city that works with you, and I was very proud to represent this city. I'm going to open it up. I put a postmark here. There's a picture of our mayor and our city manager, and see and hear how many wonderful things the city is accomplishing. And Petaluma means business. So this is all our wonderful businesses downtown. And for the public comment about an indoor farmers market, we have some big stores downtown that could use that. And where Amy's Kitchen is now was thought to be a great farmers market location. I hope everybody is ready for all the April activities in the community. Saturday is the opening ceremony of Butter and Eggs Day at the Petaluma Museum. Our 2026 Good Egg is our very own Petaluma Library History Room librarian, Connie Williams. And yes, as Petaluma's 1995 Good Egg, I have heard every egg joke, and it's no yolk. The Grand Marshal is the great-great-granddaughter of John McNear, Heidi Kuhn, and Saturday, April 18th, is the actual Butter and Egg Days Parade, America's Birthday, Petaluma style. Downtown businesses right now have window displays, many featuring the history of Petaluma. Chick City, one store downtown, has artifacts from many of our Good Egg recipients, sharing their collections that were used in our dairy and egg industries. Remember to shop local. If you go to Chick City, you'll see some of the things that are normally in my living room that are the history of Petaluma's egg and dairy industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. Just want to say the school board meets on the fourth Tuesdays of the month at 6 p.m. just right over there. So that's the place to go comment on that. Sonoma Clean Power met earlier this week, as did the Air District. Nothing really to report on the Air District. On the Sonoma Clean Power front, we gave feedback on our draft budget. With the way the energy markets work, we'll be dipping into our rate stabilization fund, which is up toward about $160 million right now, and we'll be spending about $40 million of our rate stabilization fund next year, which is exactly what we planned for. So we're all in a good place there in Sonoma Clean Power. That's in addition to our reserves, and that'll keep us below PG&E for the coming year and whatnot. And then finally, I just want to say, because it's a pet peeve of mine, it is Butter and Egg Days. I know Councilmember Now said it right, but the days are plural and the butter and the egg are singular. So please tell your neighbors, tell your friends, don't get it wrong. Thank you.
Okie dokie. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I was down in LA with the League of California Cities. I'm on the Community Service Committee. And what we did was this committee looked over 4 different bills, and one was on food deserts. So not necessarily in our area as much as in other areas, but you're pushing housing, and by pushing the housing, the deserts are occurring because it's not mandated. And so we made some language changes with that, and then we made some language changes with seniors also. And the other bills, we just kind of let go as is. We didn't make any language changes. One was making sure with the general plans that a child care element is included in all general plans. And I know some cities haven't updated their general plans in 40 years. So it was a little bit surprising to hear that. This morning I was at the Water Agency, the WAC meeting, and we just talked about water rates, and water rates will be increasing, but ours will not necessarily increase because we've already put that in place last year. And we need to be concerned about not enough rain. Mendocino is not completely full, but Lake Sonoma is doing better. But I think what we really need to be concerned about is fire this year, because we just haven't had enough rain, and we can hope that there's going to be Rain may be in April or May, but it looks like that's a little scarce also. And on SMART, there'll be a ballot measure in June to continue SMART, that sales tax, and it's really important. And ridership, we expect to be 1.4 million this year compared to about 800,000 last year. So it's a big increase of people using SMART. And I just want to make a couple comments on the students that came and spoke about Douglas Street. Well, there was an area on Western Avenue where I think is it North Fair Street hits, which is opposite of, they jig-jag each other. That's an area where I would like the city to look at putting a crossing, because there's a crossing there, but it's not lit. And I was driving by there the other day and wrote some notes down about that particular area. And so if we're looking at Douglas Street, please look at Western Avenue also. And that's all my comments.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor DeCarly.
Just a couple updates this evening. Airport Commission was canceled this month. We didn't have enough on the schedule to do it, but we are still looking for an airport manager if anybody's interested or looking for something new. I'm on the Ag and Open Space Advisory Committee, and over there we looked at some of the regular easement acquisitions that that Ag and Open Space is working on. And I've said it before, but again, the whole purpose of Ag and Open Space is to preserve our open spaces, our agricultural land, through easements and working with property owners. They also did a presentation on some prescription burns that they're doing near the Calistoga side of the county. And that was an area that's historically burned in some of our recent wildfires. And so they do prescription burns to try to reduce the fuel loads going into the drier months. They also have some species of plants that they're trying to protect there as well. And that's another thing that they consider as they look at different easements and acquisitions. And then lastly, just wanted to wish everybody a happy Easter. Hope you all had a good day yesterday.
Thank you. And to start out, I just want to give a shout out for the progress on the Gateway project. It's new art at the South Boulevard roundabout that's being produced by David Best and led by our Rotaries, and want to thank them so much for that. They've been in front of our Arts Committee already, and they're making progress, so that should happen. I also attended the Cal City's debriefing on upcoming state legislation here recently. There is a lot of impactful legislation coming towards the city. I was able to attend a presentation at the Petaluma Library with Councilmember Shribs titled Petaluma Before Columbus, Exploring Indigenous Regenerative Sustainability. It was really fascinating. I got to tour COTS and provide service awards to the volunteer workers from COTS, which is really, if you haven't volunteered at COTS, I highly recommend it. I attended the Veterans Open House we had just recently with Council Member Quint, and I promised that I would announce their game night that's coming up on April 10th for all vets and families. There's a strong vets community, but there's a disconnect between more recent vets, and so focus on that is where they are right now. And I attended the elected officials for ending homelessness in Sonoma County with council member now, and we're trying to move to an even more efficient system as funding fades away on us. I also attended a webinar entitled How Electric Cars Can Cut the Electric Cost and Boost Energy Resilience. It's about microgrids. The future is batteries to cars, batteries to buses, and taking the peak off of PG&E's power system. Attended Petaluma Education Foundation Scholarship Reception, where PEF handed out about $250,000 in scholarships to this year's graduates, and just an amazing organization. I proudly marched in the No Kings March, and by way of saying, I just want to thank our police for the organizers, but also our police for their ability to keep what can be a combustible situation under great control. And I wanted to shout out Rebuilding, who did their work day and another volunteer project in town this past weekend. Lots of good projects in a variety of areas in town. And I got a chance to tour the Monarch Way Station in the Turtle Creek neighborhood. It's amazing work that volunteers are doing there. You sensing a theme here? Okay, yeah, a lot of volunteerism. But, and then in case it hasn't gotten mentioned, or I haven't checked if the city manager is going to mention, but our general plan and the draft EIR are going to be mentioned by the city manager. The Butter and Egg Parade comes before our next meeting, and so I appreciated Councilmember Now and Barnacle's comments. But remember, walk or bike. 40,000 people in town will make it very crowded, and there's a bike valet area that the city is helping to produce. So let's all have a good time and get there safely. And to the city manager now.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff, and community. We are kicking off our annual recruitment to fill vacancies on our city committees and commissions. It's a great way to get involved in your city. There are 24 vacancies to be filled across 10 of our advisory bodies, and we welcome a diverse range of experience and encourage all to apply. Applications are available on the city's website and are due by 5 p.m. on Thursday, May 21st. Appointments will be made by the council on June 8th for terms to begin July 1st. Additional information can be found on our city website or by contacting the city clerk's office. And we also have flyers out in the hallway. To the mayor's point, our draft general plan and our draft environmental impact report for our general plan is now available on planpetaluma.org. And public comment will be accepted through May 18th. And I want to appreciate Ms. Rogers' comments regarding accessibility of city information. We want to make sure that when routine questions are asked, we respond promptly and that info is easy to get. So I will circle back with our team and make sure that's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to our consent calendar for the evening. And it's at this point I look at the 10 items on the consent calendar and ask if anyone on the council wants to separate any of those items or if we're handling them as a whole. And it doesn't look like any requests for separation, so we'll be handling the entire consent calendar as one. Now I'd like to ask if there are any questions of the consent calendar from the council. And Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have some questions around item 5, and I think the public had some as well, wanting to understand why we were swapping subcontractors out, or why the contractor was swapping subcontractors out, and how that's going to impact the budget for that project. Because I read in the staff report that it isn't, but I don't see how it couldn't if now we've hired another and we're already paying one. And so anyway. If anybody could speak to that, please.
We'd be happy to respond to that. I'll have our Director of Parks and Rec, Drew Halter, start that conversation. And I think the city attorney and the project manager can probably chime in.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. Thank you for the question, Council Member. Good evening, Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation. And yes, there's several layers to this, but I'll get it started with kind of the big overview. First and foremost, we're incredibly excited to have potentially an award of construction bid tonight. As many of you know, this is a project that's more than four and a half years in the making. Started initially as a scope to put some seed money towards a potential renovation of an existing skate park. And that turned into morphing into a citywide assessment and really taking that from a small skate park to a new kind of world-class facility for next generation. So fortunately, tonight, we have the opportunity to partner with two of the premier skate design and building companies. Now, Grindline was one of those premier firms and companies that we set out with the very beginning to work with and to design one of the best parks we could. So in hindsight, when that project kind of transitioned early on to then a larger project, we could have, with the information we have today, we could have structured it differently to do a design type build But 4 years ago, that wasn't an option or kind of tools that we had or had familiarity with. So at this point, what I'm really excited about is we have the opportunity to continue working with Grindline through the construction of the project. And they're going to be helping us with construction administration, but not as a subcontractor on the build. So Grindline, as well as California Skate Parks, are both familiar working in this way, whether it's a California Skate Parks design and a Grindline build or vice versa. I think we're really fortunate to have both on the team. But I get the questions from the community and several that reached out and have been following this project every step of the way, because we definitely want to make sure that it's constructed the way the design is intended.
Okay, no, thank you. And how budget-wise though, like you said, there's no net change in the budget, but how do we hire somebody else and have there be no change?
I'll get a project manager perhaps up here, but yeah, my understanding there is no change. Yeah, go ahead.
In case somebody from the Public Works team is coming up, I'll start that answer. So it was already the case that Grindline was under contract for construction phase advice, management work, and some technical studies through a subcontractor, and that's not going to change. The package that the parties have participated in and approved regarding the substitution process that's before the council tonight for award will maintain that contract. So it wasn't a change to put them under contract. That was already the case. Drew's description is correct and accurate in terms of what we call the project delivery method, which in this case is what's called design bid build and not design build. And with some of the really great project management staff that we've added over time in our Public Works Department, we have the capacity to do that kind of project, which is a little challenging under our charter, but we can do it. But we didn't at the time. And because of the public contracting law and government code section 1090, we had to separate the, with respect to the skate park project, we had to separate the final design plans and specifications work and the bidding phase support work and the construction management work from the construction trade work. And so that's what this package does. But the substitute subcontractor is substituting in at the same subcontract price as was submitted in the low bid. And as I said, since the Grindline construction phase services were already contracted for, that's not a change either. So that's how the design stays the same, the project delivery stays the same, but with different parties, but in accordance with the legal requirements, and the cost stays the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
That covers the question.
Okay, I think so, yeah. Unless you have a...
No, that was perfect, yeah.
Okay.
Wonderful, thank you.
And then my last question about it is, because it was in the reading and stuff, is there any sort of a plan for the original skate park? Is anything going to change there? Is it going to stay as is, or does it need anything?
Yeah, that's a great question. Most of the community that we've engaged with really hold to a high standard. They call it a vintage park. So they really prefer us touch nothing, including the artwork that's there. With that said, there are certainly some improvements we can make, shade, seating, those type of things that we were committed to. But the outreach towards the end was very much preserve, save, put money into this new park. And once we're off skating again, then don't lose sight of the old park. Make sure that we have those kind of critical functions and take care of it. But those elements that are there, they hold very dear. So there's not any changes we expect to make to the skating surfaces.
Okay, thank you, Drew.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And any other questions?
I do on item 8. This would be a question for the city attorney. It was brought up again by the public at the last meeting that there was a case post the Ninth Circuit decision where Spirit Living did have conditions that said they were supposed to be all electric. And, and I since then went in and looked at the conditions of approval and found 2 instances in there. So, I mean, was that consistent with what we were supposed to be doing, or?
We have, in part of the communications with the Department of Justice leading to their dismissal of the case, we let them know that we'd be reviewing our records to make sure entitled but not yet built projects and their current owners are aware of the change that the council has approved to our regulations. And staff are in the process of doing that, not just with respect to that, but in case there are any other similarly situated projects. So that way, it still may be the case that the developers may choose all electric constructions because we understand that can present cost savings, but they'll certainly be aware from staff of the current status of the city's regulations, that they're a policy and encourage electrification, but do not require it. And the Department of Justice is aware of those steps that we'll be taking.
Oh, okay. Was Spirit Living aware at the time, or are they aware now?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to either of those, but we can follow up with the council. They'll certainly be made aware if they're not. At the time when there was a lot of, what do I want to say? It was a dynamic time when the Berkeley case was being litigated, and cities like Petaluma and others were taking different approaches to electrification. And there was also a time when what's called en banc review was sought from the Ninth Circuit, which is all the justices, and also U.S. Supreme Court review was sought. But the holding in the Ninth Circuit decision from the initial panel did not change. And so I think there's probably some flux when we weren't sure what the outcome was going to be. But regardless, we'll be sure to make sure projects not yet built that have all electric conditions in them, that don't need them for another reason. Like in some cases, they need that to satisfy their CEQA analysis, their environmental analysis. So it really wouldn't be an option for them to switch even if they wanted to, but we'll have those discussions and identify those projects as needed so no one is unaware. Thank you.
Okay. Then with no other council questions, let's go over to public comment and ask the clerk to bring in our public on this. Any emails?
Yes, we received 3 comments on item number 5, 219, and 23 on item number 10. And I have a number of cards here as well, but if anyone else would like to make a comment on the consent calendar, now is the time to turn in a blue speaker card. I think I see one coming.
We have Jody Johnson speaking first, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Mayor, City Council, and City staff, as Mobile Park residents living in Petaluma, our residents have felt the heavy weight of retaliation and weaponization from the newer breed of mobile park owners, large private equity groups. Tonight's agenda item 10 is very important to us mobile park residents, especially our senior citizen residents. While we watched in amazement as this large private equity mobile park owner tore down a senior sign from our entrance, prepared unlawful rules and regulations stating Youngstown as an all-age park, sold, marketed, and signed purchase and agreements of ground rent leases to all-age families, the federal law HOPA, UNRU, and the city of Petaluma's own senior park overlay zoning for all 5 senior parks was blatantly not only disregarded, but violated with pure intent. This intent is that park owners believe they are above the law. And unanimously voted in senior park overlay does not allow the active senior park overlay to be circumvented while one challenges its authority. We are aware that our fragile democracy is using methods like this, but it remains unlawful to violate the authority of the city, state, and federal government. Our senior citizens were and have been violated every day for over 2+ years. Codified laws and zoning are valid, and still park owners go against these very laws and zoning every day. Has seniors, disabled, physically and mentally exhausted residents speak up time and time again about the laws and ordinances, park owners continue to ignore lawful ordinances, federal laws, and housing under HOPA. While true that the park owners are suing the city of Petaluma for the senior park overlay, in part their lawsuit has been denied, and in another part, been denied summary judgments and even stays in lawsuits against them. In fact, Fannie Mae and the city are suing the park owners' default of their mortgage terms, which state that Youngstown is a senior park. While not many of us could ever violate laws, zoning, or federal rules, these park owners have and continue to do just that. The importance of support for AB 2596 proposed legislation simply codifies existing laws. The city of Petaluma has and continues to set the bar for protecting, defending, and strengthening the most vulnerable. The city knows, if not them, then who will stand up for the vulnerable seniors who purchased a mobile home to live within their means. Thank you in advance for standing up for those who simply cannot stand for themselves. In addition, the city voting with our mobile park residents to oppose egregious money grabs matter. This attempt at fee increases is an abuse of power, and the only human beings touched by this fee attempt is us, mobile park residents. This first of its kind attempt to raise mobile park residents' fees by CPI every year and then round it up is simply outrageous.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Tina Yonkers.
Social Security nor disability have never rounded up, nor do they use CPI in any annual increase. This is a money grab on the most vulnerable mobile park residents throughout our entire state, but here in Petaluma as well. How is this preserving affordable, subsidized housing on mobile homes when we residents own and maintain? We seniors must choose many times after the assault by large investment groups between medicine, food, or ground rent. This trailer bill can be and must be stopped. AB 2596 is a lifeline to stopping the attack on our senior mobile park communities, merely codifying existing federal law, which has been violated time and time again in our communities. AB 2596 is sponsored by Assembly Member Mike Gibson, code enforcement officers of our state, as well as GSMOL. We are proud of the courageous way the city of Petaluma leads, allowing our voices to be protections and our protections to be equally important with other work you do for our community. Thank you for voting yes on the following consent calendar agenda item number 10 on Monday, April 6th. Letter of support for AB 2596 Gibson, mobile home parks, federally approved housing programs, compliance with state and local laws, and a letter of opposition to the HCD budget trailer bill proposal relating to Department of Housing and Community Development fees, RN 260876, missed one. Respectfully, Mobile Home Residents United, GSMOL members. This one, you guys, all of us can make a difference. This is a good one. Stop it. They're really using bizarre methods to suck us dry. It's awful. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Yonkers.
No, that was the end of that. Thank you.
Jennifer Boyle. Lexi Madrigon.
Good evening, Mayor McDonald and all members of the council. My name is Jaxie Mondragon. I'm from Petaluma originally, but I've been priced out of Petaluma. I now live in Rohnert Park. AB 1903 is really concerning to me. I don't like that this bill removes the ability for a homeowner or claimant to file against a developer for inadequate repair. I don't like that it gives the developers the ability to dismiss a claim altogether if the claimant doesn't conform perfectly within the pre-litigation standards. And I also don't like that it removes the ability of the claimant or homeowner to recover investigative costs. I think these are reasonable protections by the law, and this bill is seeking to remove those protections and giving the power to the developers, as well as giving them the option for a private I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the word, but inspection, a private inspection, which to me is more capital and it kind of gives this incentive, this money incentive to these inspectors, which I feel leads to more corruption. So I don't love that the council is seeking to put out a letter of support. It's really concerning. It's really disappointing. So that's my comment on item 7. For my comment on item 10, I'm actually really happy that the council is choosing to put out a letter of support. This is a reasonable protection for mobile home park residents, and any protections that we can afford them. I really think that the council has done a pretty good job of like doing what they can with the limited power levers of power in the situation. But I know that the home park residents are still struggling, and that it's an ongoing issue that no one should have to go through. So thank you for putting out the letter of support, or hopefully for voting on to support the resolution for item 10, but please reconsider adopting a letter of support for item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Vasquez, to be followed by Matt Calloway.
Good evening, Mayor McDonald and council members. My name is Eric Vasquez, and I'm here to express my thoughts on 2 items today, so 7 and 10. My first concern is with the City of Petaluma supporting AB 1903 and its potential impacts on new homeowners in the community. While the bill is framed as streamlining construction defect claims, it fundamentally shifts power away from the homeowners and towards developers. It allows builders to hire private inspectors to define their claims process, making it harder for homeowners to bring forward legitimate concerns. We don't have to speculate about how things are like already. We're already seeing it in places like Florida where yes, faster homes are being produced and it's occurring, but there's less public oversight left for condo owners to face costly repairs, legal battles, and in some cases, serious safety risks. And it's ironic because state legislators are now looking towards not necessarily modeling what we have in California, but moving closer towards consumer protections. Condos and multifamily homes are often the primary entry point into home ownership, especially for first-time home buyers, young residents like myself, and low-income households. This bill prioritizes quantity over quality. Yes, we are in a housing crisis. Let's be real about that. But this is also an equity crisis. If this bill moves forward, it must include key amendments. 1, independent inspections by neutral entities. 2, protections for health and safety claims before visible damage. And 3, guarantees access to inspection records and independent inspections, especially for income-qualified homeowners. I urge you to please reconsider weighing in on this bill at this time. And so I will move on to item 10. The second item is supporting AB 2596 and the opposition letter of the proposed HCD trailer fee increases. Simply put, AB 2596 is about basic accountability and protections. When mobile home park owners participate in federally approved housing programs, they are still required to comply with state and local laws. It sounds simple enough, but for many residents, this is critical. It provides an added layer of protection against sudden or unjust actions that can threaten their housing stability and, quite frankly, their way of life. Our mobile home park residents are often seniors, working families, immigrants, and individuals on fixed incomes. AB 2596 helps close that gap that can be exploited and ensures consistent standards across the board. In a time where we can no longer trust our federal government to do the right thing, this bill is what we need. I also urge you to oppose the HCD budget trailer bill proposal. Automatically increasing fees year after year without a public rulemaking process removes transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Callaway, to be followed by Ileana Madrigal.
Hi there, Mayor and City Council members. I'd like to speak on item 7. My name is Matt Callaway. I'm speaking on behalf of Sonoma County Conservation Action. We're speaking about item 7. We really do appreciate the intent behind Bill 1903 to help address California's housing shortage, to streamline construction. However, as the bill is written currently, this bill raises serious concerns about consumer protection, housing quality, and long-term community resilience. AB 1903 shifts far too much power towards developers by allowing builder-selected inspections and limiting homeowners' ability to pursue defect claims. This really creates a clear conflict of interest and undermines independent oversight. First-time homebuyers especially, as well as low-income families, those already stretched to access home ownership. This could mean being locked into unsafe and defective housing without any kind of meaningful recourse. From a climate and sustainability perspective, this is also deeply concerning. Poor construction often leads to inefficient buildings that require costly retrofits, waste energy, and increase greenhouse gas emissions over time. If we are serious about building climate resilient communities, we must ensure that they are built right and the first time. We're not opposed to housing construction. We are actually in strong support of it. But we can't trade away basic protections like safety and long-term affordability in the process. So we very much urge the council to take an opposed unless amended position on 1903 and advocate for key improvements. As Eric said, independent third-party inspections, full transparency of inspection records, non-waivability warranty protections, and access to independent inspections for income-qualified homeowners. We can't let developer apologists push through a narrative that home buyers or consumer protection regulations are the ones slowing down the rate of new affordable homes. Rather, it is always greed and the motivation to maximize profits without regard for the public good. If we really want to spread abundance, let it be an abundance of caution when giving more power to private industry and taking power away from consumers, consumer protections, and hard-won regulation that protect communities and consumers. Thank you very much for consideration.
Thank you. Ileana Madrigal.
Good afternoon. My name is Ileana Madrigal, a lone resident of Petaluma and a new resident of Council District 6. I'm also a renter, and I don't know when I'll ever be able to afford a home here, but I still believe in what home ownership is supposed to mean. It's one of the biggest investments someone can make. It's a stability, it's security, it's something people work their whole lives towards. And what worries me about AB 1903 is this. When people like me finally do get the chance and will be buying something we can actually trust, because if this bill makes it harder to hold developers accountable, then we're not just talking about paperwork or lawsuits. We're talking about people being stuck with homes that were not built right, with problems they cannot afford to fix and no real way to fight back. I do not want my first home, if I ever get there, to be something I have to fear. I do not want to invest everything I have into something that was built quickly, but not carefully. We all want more housing. That's a fact. But we also deserve good housing. And for item 10, I don't want to repeat, but I just want to give my support to the resolution authorizing letter of support for AB 2596. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment on the consent calendar as a whole, and I'll bring it back up to council for comments on the items, and I'll start with Councilmember Shribs.
Thank you for bringing our attention to both 7 and 10. Now, it turns out when I bought my house 35 years ago, I ended up with 3 or 4 problems in the house, and I pointed out, there was at least 3 at the time I was able to point out to the developer, never got fixed, never got to deal with, and I'm still dealing with it 35 years later. So yeah, so I'm hearing these stories, and so I ran into that exact problem of the developer didn't fix it even though it passed inspection on a couple of these items. So, and so I will need to, after reading the staff report on it, I said, okay, it looked good up front, but maybe it needs to be reviewed a little bit more strongly. So maybe I would suggest we pull 7 off the list for the time being until we get a better review of it or have better answers to work on, because I'm not comfortable going with it at this time, hearing what I've heard today, and not having enough information on it at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle?
So I'll be recusing on 8, but I'll speak to 7 because I'm the one that requested it be added. Since 2011, 97% of multifamily homes that have been built in California have been built for rent. So if you want to talk about homeowner, and that's because one of the main reasons is because if you build it for sale, it's a 10-year construction defect statute of limitations. So developers that I've spoken to, including people who are no longer in the development space, have trial attorneys come through at 9 years looking for defects because they're looking for there's a whole industry built around that. Meanwhile, rentals have 4-year. So you get lower investment interest rates and things like that. There was a bill in the legislature last year for this, and it wasn't consumer protection advocates who were fighting it. It was the Trial Attorneys Association that killed it. So I just want to be clear that if we want to have affordable home ownership opportunities here, we need to have condos built. And if we don't fix this and bring this to parity with what you see in rentals, you're definitely not going to see that get built. So if we care about, affordable home ownership and creating a pathway for people, we have to have condos get built, or every one of the large multifamily projects that are going to come because of the land use maps that we just passed are going to be for rent. And then we're building a renter class where people are complaining about $3,000 a month rents instead of spending $3,000 a month to build equity in something. It does not take away someone's right to fix something. It says that there is a right to fix instead of go right to trial attorneys. So I'm going to put my money on trying to build affordable homes for people, help create opportunities for people to build equity so that the people who've been priced out of Petaluma have an opportunity to come back here and build equity in this community and put down roots here. That's what condos offer to people. It offers an opportunity for people to downsize. And this is not a situation where we are taking away someone's rights to address the defects in projects. This is something that is fundamentally killed condo development in California since 2011. It's killed it. And we have an opportunity this year to actually move the needle on this and try and unlock more for sale multifamily housing, because especially for cities like Petaluma and Sonoma County, where we have urban growth boundaries, there's not much land left. So if we want to create new home ownership opportunities, we're not just going to build new subdivisions out Lakeville. We're not going to do that. We need to create for sale opportunities within our city limits on the scarce resource that we have, which is land. And so for that reason, I'm a strong supporter of it. I hope it passes. And I hope that the rest of the council will support it as well, because we absolutely need more home ownership opportunities if we want to create opportunities for first-time home buyers and things like that to start building equity. Councilmember Quince mentioned the Brody Ranch project and those condos that were there. People got into those things at $10,000 down, and now they're living right next to the train station. That's affordable home ownership. Why don't we see more of that? We should all want more of that. And right now, the state law is crushing that. So I respect the people who come in here and say that, but I think you're I think opposing this under the guise of consumer protections is playing right into a bunch of trial attorneys and what they want, and not actually what the research and the data shows. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? I'm going to actually kind of echo a bit of that. I mean, we talk about what's missing in our portfolio here, and what's missing partially is the entry-level house, the missing middle income. How does that person get started in housing? And condo has been a path that's worked quite a bit, and home ownership is an important value here. The equity has been brought up, but equity is generational wealth. What we say when we say we don't have home ownership means we separate into classes where we don't have that generational wealth moving through from generation to generation. So that's a part that bothers me. It also bothers me that Petaluma has had a 0.5% growth rate over the last 25 years. I mean, we really haven't moved. And so we're looking for ways that housing our people and solving the housing crisis we're all identifying works. This is another tool. We look at condos as denser housing, newer housing being more efficient. This is the climate path forward to trying to house people. So it is the environmentally best way to have this. You have the equity component and the climate component. And I look at it and say, remember, tonight, we're just putting our approval on this need that the state is talking about. We're not approving it. We're saying, yeah, we think you're onto something. And we realize at the state, it's going to get negotiated by many more parties. But I think it's really important that they hear that having crushed the trial attorneys, having crushed the condo market for the recent memory, has really hurt the people. And it's time for us to get that piece of the market of housing back for our young people who need to start building equity. So I'll be strongly in support. Councilmember Quint?
So I'm going to support this for highly selfish personal reasons. In 12 years, I want to retire and sell my beautiful house on Sarah-Sonoma Circle and move into a condo in Mr. DeCarli's district. So I'm going to be in support of it.
If we don't, and that's a real good point, if we don't have new housing for seniors to downsize to, they hold up all of the family size housing and really hurt the family market as well. Councilmember Now.
And I'm proud to say that in 2007, I was on the council and we approved the mixed-use condos at Foundry Wharf by Aquas Cafe. Can't remember the name of the subdivision, but one of our council members that were elected in 2008, she was able to purchase her first home in that development, and I gave her as a gift for getting on the council, I gave her the little gold shovel from the groundbreaking. And the single family homes that were built 35 years ago, I don't know which developer built Councilmember Shribs, but off the top of my head, I can remember Condiotti and Leonard J., who had so many mistakes in their building, and there was lots of building errors. Luckily, I did not buy one of those homes. I bought a Monarch Space Banker, and we have to hold those builders accountable so that the single-family homes are built correctly. But I am all in favor of condos, and I want to retire too. I'd like to retire, maybe not in Councilmember DeCarli's district, but near downtown, so I can walk to the nightlife. But yeah, I don't need 2,000 square feet anymore, just for the grandkids right now. But we need to make sure that those retired folks can give up their single-family homes and move into condos. I was looking forward to Oyster Cove getting built. So, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, with no further comments, do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor? Sorry for interrupting. I'm thinking that it might.
Yeah, Mr. City Attorney, go ahead and make your remarks.
Just briefly, I just want to recommend that you conduct a separate vote on items 7, and 8. On 8, so Councilmember Barnacle can recuse, as he indicated he is choosing to do, and you needn't leave the dais because it's on the consent calendar. But on 7, in case some of the members want to vote differently. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
And before we, I agree. That's right. I didn't offer anyone a chance to recuse from any particular items, and I understand you're interested. You mentioned recusing from 8. So
said that already, yeah.
Clearly, we'll be breaking this into 2 separate votes on that. And you had indicated not joining on 7. Is that stand, or is that?
Yes, at this, I don't feel comfortable.
Okay.
I don't have enough information to go either way on
Okay.
this particular.
So then what we're looking for is the consent calendar last 7 and 8, and I need a motion for that.
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Cater Thompson
I'll second.
and a second by Now. And a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes,
Motion carries unanimously.
thank you very much.
I'll
Now-
move item 7.
And then we have a motion
Second
for item
that.
7 from Barnacle and a second from Cater Thompson. And a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
I'll abstain.
and McDonald.
Yes.
I just want to note abstention counts as a yes vote under the council rules.
Then I'll switch to a no.
Okay,
Thank you.
got it.
Thank you.
Motion carries with Councilmember Shribs voting no.
Thank you. And now I'm looking, we have item 8 up, and Councilmember Barnacle is recusing on this, so we need a motion.
I'll
on-
make the motion.
We have a motion
I'll
from.
second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Cater Thompson and a second from Now. And a
Okay.
roll call vote, please.
Barnacle recused. Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the recusal.
Thank you very much. That closes out this portion of the consent calendar here, and we move to public hearings. Matters for consideration. We have a public hearing to receive comments on the city's 2026, 2027 proposed community development block grant program, the annual action plan, and the adoption of the resolution approving the plan and authorizing the city manager to sign all documents required for the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And Brian O. pulling this together and taking a little breath here while we let the room change. Okay, we're good if you're good.
I am good. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Brian O., Director of Community Development. I'm also joined by our housing consultant, Angie Moeller, via Zoom, and she'll have an opportunity to field any questions that the council or community may have. So this evening, we are concluding the public hearing period for the upcoming fiscal year. Each year, we have, as an entitlement jurisdiction, we have a roughly $300,000 allocation from the federal government through our CDBG program. And so this evening, we want to present a staff recommendation on how to utilize those funds for the upcoming fiscal year. In the past 5 years, we have supported many different efforts throughout the community. Last year, focusing on rebuilding together, as well as Petaluma People Services, in total $1.4 million over the past 5 years that we have been able to essentially facilitate our service providers in support of our community. At least 264 housing units supported through minor rehab, with over 550 on average residents served throughout this program. For the past 30 days, we have solicited public comment, posted a public notice, worked with our local service providers, a few that are here with us this evening, as well as coordination with our housing and community organizations such as COTS, to really review the different needs that this very specific funding source could offer. And so we have identified three priorities that we'd like to pursue with this funding: expand and preserve affordable housing, which rebuilding has done for us for a number of years; provide essential services for low-income residents, as well as improve, new to this year, improving public facilities and neighborhood infrastructure. While we won't have the final allocation until, I believe, May, later in May, we anticipate, again, having a similar allocation somewhere in the $300,000 realm. The funding categories are the same, and so we wanted to take this opportunity this evening to present what we heard from the community. Again, I have our new executive director from Petaluma People Services, staff from Rebuilding Together here as well, and then Cafe Puente had submitted public comment earlier in the day. And the culmination here would be the recommendation to fund some capital work for Cafe Puente. They have a commercial kitchen midtown that they're looking to enhance and expand, and to be able to provide free community meals and food distribution, which has been a growing need in the last handful of years. A recommendation for Rebuilding to continue their Safe and Healthy Homes program. And so that's minor rehab that we're able to facilitate through the staff at Rebuilding Together and their workforce training. And then also the continuation of our senior meals program. While that has a cap of 15%, through the generosity of different funding sources, Petaluma People Services is able to continue this program. And so our recommendation would be to provide that maximum allocation to continue that much needed program and service to our community, and as well as a minor administrative fee of that, which the city would be allowed to reimburse their time. And so with that, Mayor and Council, I'm pleased to make these recommendations for your consideration, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, appreciate it. And this is always great to have funds come in that we can assist our social network with. And so I'll ask Council any questions. Councilmember Shribs.
Yes, can you tell us a little bit more about the actual facilities for Cafe Puente? Where are they located, and what condition are they in now, and how is the $50,000 going to help? Just so we know that where the money is going exactly.
Great question, council member. And so each year with the proposed funding, we set targets. So I'll start there. So the $50,000 would go towards the rehab of the commercial kitchen. It's something that they've received a construction estimate for, and so we know that it is something that can be accomplished with the funding that they've submitted or the request that they've submitted. So this proposes to serve at least 375 people annually through their food program, which would essentially match what they did last year. A super majority, 93% of the population served are and would continue to be Latino. And there aren't details on exactly what the rehab would be, but
They're in an existing building off of Washington, and they already have secured most of the appliances. I think it's now just built out.
Very good. I was just trying
Yeah,
to
so
see
it's-
what facility was actually being.
And that's across from Whole Foods.
Correct.
Whole Foods? Or Whole Foods? Right across the street. Is it in the old restaurant?
No,
Mexican
it's
restaurant
not.
there,
It's an
or is it?
office.
There's a little strip mall tucked away in there.
Oh, there's a whole strip mall. Okay, just thought I'd just find out what that was really about. And anyway, it sounds like a great program. I want to support it. I just want to make sure where it is and what's actually happening there.
Yes, and unfortunately, the executive director couldn't make it. Both co-executive directors couldn't make it, but they did make a point that they would like to come and do a presentation at a later date.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the funding? I had one. Last year, this time, we allocated the funds last year, and we thought we had $330,000 to allocate. And so I compared them to this year, and it was only $300,000. And the answer to my question before the meeting came back, well, actually, we only ended up with near $300,000 last year. Are we worried that it'll be less than? If it's always less than, is that a worry this year? You know, last year's went from 330 to 300. Well, are we worried about this year?
So I may phone a friend with Angie, but I think just my initial response to that, so that's where we do want to have the flexibility should the number come down. It's somewhat formulaic, but last year was challenging in that we actually didn't receive the funding from the federal government, I believe, until June. So I think that's really the one that we want to be mindful of. There is some carryover funds from this current fiscal year because we had that late start date. To this point, our program administrator at HUD has been pretty easy to work with. And so I would expect whatever number that ends up being, we're going to be able to fully utilize that this fiscal year.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great if you can still get somebody on the phone at HUD. But the other question I had on this is that there are administrative costs at the city that in last year's budget said we would take some, and this year it has us pretty much saying, you know, we're not going to be taking much in the way of administrative funds. I think that's more of a comment than a question. I'll back off that.
I mean, I'm happy to provide
if you find a question, a context would be great.
So I do think this is something we have traditionally wrestled with, right? Do we churn out as much of the funding out to the community? Obviously, there's some caps, right? The 15% allocation to public services, but each year we try our best to identify how much the true cost would be to administer. Again, this year, since we got somewhat of a late start, I do think there's some additional administrative funds that we may be able to carry over, but we always want to make sure that, not only are we supporting our service providers, but we're also recouping those costs. And so that's just the balance that we always strike.
Thank you. And seeing no other questions, we'll go to the clerk for whether we received emails on this and then take it to the public comment.
We did receive one email comment on this, and it's posted on the website. I have not received any cards for this item, but if anyone would like to make a comment, please bring your card to my desk.
Seeing no one rushing, I will close public comment on the item and bring it back to the council. And did anyone have a comment on this before? I just want to note one thing. I think the city of Petaluma is an entitlement city, which means that the money from HUD comes to be our discretion. If we were any smaller, the money would go to the county, and you'd ask them permission for it would be a competition for funds. And I'd see those things. I see bike trails and other things. There's many eligible components. So I really appreciate that Petaluma is putting the money it has its hands on into these kinds of programs in the community. And with that, we're looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion from Cater Thompson.
Second.
And a second from Shribs. And a roll call vote, please.
Aye.
Barnacle.
Aye.
Thank you. Gator Thompson.
Yes.
DeCarly.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Quint.
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for being here in the audience tonight. We move to item 12, resolutions ordering abatement of nuisances consisting of hazardous vegetation and rubbish growing upon public and private property in the city of Petaluma, and ordering the fire department to abate such hazardous vegetation and rubbish by contract if property owners fail to do so pursuant to Chapter 1070 of the Petaluma Municipal Code. And I'd like to invite our fire marshal on up to make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, staff, and Petaluma residents. Tonight, as we do once a year, we are bringing forward a resolution to declare certain properties with hazardous vegetation and rubbish as a public nuisance, and to authorize the fire department to abate those hazards if property owners fail to do so in accordance with Chapter 1070 of the Petaluma Municipal Code and our standing ordinance. This program is one of our most important proactive wildfire prevention efforts. Reducing hazardous vegetation lowers fuel loads, slows or even stops fire spread, gives firefighters critical time to respond, and protects properties and neighborhoods. With fire season now essentially year-round, this work is essential to maintaining our safe community. Our process is structured, more transparent than ever, and designed to prioritize voluntary compliance. Property owners are notified by mail and public notice of their responsibility to abate vegetation. The compliance deadline is May 31st, 2026. Inspections begin June 1st. If a property is non-compliant, contractors post a door hanger notice and provide another opportunity for compliance. If still not compliant, the city abates the property through a contract service and bills the property owner for actual cost, plus an administrative fee designed to cover the cost of the letters, inspections, door hangers, invoicing, etc. This ensures due process at every step, including tonight's public hearing. Of note, in general, a minority of properties require city abatement. The program is successful largely because of voluntary compliance. More specifically, 29 properties were abated last year, which was less than 4% of the properties identified on the abatement list. Our goal is always compliance, not enforcement. This year, we are introducing a new pricing model, which is a significant improvement to the program. Previously, costs varied widely by contractor and were based on labor and equipment, making them unpredictable for property owners. The new pricing structure is based on lot and abatement size, as well as slope, and is standardized across both contractors we will be using for abatement this year. It will be published and available on our website this week with finalization of PSAs, allowing property owners to reasonably estimate their potential cost in advance should they not abate themselves as the ordinance requires. This improves transparency, fairness, and consistency, and strengthens the defensibility of our program. In summary, this program is a proactive wildfire risk reduction effort that ensures a fair process, strong public outreach, and balanced enforcement. It also introduces improved cost transparency this year. Staff respectfully recommends adoption of the resolution, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And this is an every year thing, so I'm hoping we're getting used to it. But a question from Councilmember Shribs?
Yes, I submitted a couple questions about the two properties that I need to recuse myself on. I didn't have a chance to actually read any answers from staff before the meeting, but if you could just tell me, the two properties is, I think is the St. James Church property, which I live near, and also looks like Washington Creek area, which I think is city-owned. Could you explain to me why those two properties are even on the list?
Yeah, so it's only the 125 Petaluma Boulevard North location that is on the list. It is the church property, and it is because of some weeds issues that they have had in the back of their community garden area. And so our fire inspector has worked with the church every year to make sure that those get abated. We have never had to send them to city abatement.
Okay, good. And then the other one was the creek, creek side there between Sutter and I assume Eli. What portion of that is on private land? Because I thought that was all city land.
We do have certain city properties on our weed abatement list, and we work with our city departments to manage those as well.
Okay, yeah. So even though it's city property, it still gets on the list.
That's correct.
Okay, just thank you. That solves it.
Okay, if no further questions, let's go to public comment on the item. And
We did not receive any comments ahead of time, and I don't have any cards, but this is the moment.
public comment is open. And seeing no one moving, it is closed. And now we'll bring it back to the council. And I should announce that when we do get to motions here, we have a little bit of a, there's a property near my house, property near your house, so there's a recusal process. Don't be intimidated. Our clerk will get us through us in proper order. And our city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick update regarding that process which you're referring to, which is called segmenting. It allows the council members, allows decisions to happen with the council members taking turns recusing just as to one aspect or one affected property. Councilmember Barnacle asked us a question regarding attachment 3, which lists some properties that were thought to present a conflict for him, but I think those relate to one of the locations that's owned by the employer of his spouse. They don't have an ownership in that property, an ownership interest, and it's not on the abatement list. It's just near properties that are. So I've sent that to staff, but it's in the background of this meeting. They may not have seen it. But if I'm right in that, then that would mean Councilmember Barnacle does not have any need to recuse, and the attachment 3 properties could be included in the attachment 1 properties and all done by participating.
There are a couple of properties that I do need to recuse from on Bodega, but just not the ones that are on Lakeville or Petaluma Boulevard North.
So what we'll need to do is just adjust the property list for attachment 3.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember.
Yep.
I have a question.
Unless someone has secretly deeded me property somewhere, I do not own any property in that area.
Let me ask for.
Thanks for raising that. Thank you.
Let's ask for clarity on that. How will we do that? Will the clerk just consolidate?
Yeah, so we can move the secondary properties from the resolution that would have Councilmember Barnacle recuse. We'll move those to the one with no recusals, and we'll leave his, where he recuses, just his primary residence.
Okay, so we'll be clear on what we're voting for when that moment comes. Was
We'll
there any
note the
comment?
adjustment to the property list to attachment
Yes.
3. Thank you.
I have a question.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
It says North McDowell 495. I think that's past 500 feet from my house. So I'm curious why I have to recuse.
I'll refer that to staff on the listings or to the crack GIS team who helps you out with this.
Yes, we send our list to the GIS team at the city and get back a a layer that shows which properties are within that 500-foot zone. If something was on your recusal sheet, it was because that was identified during that process. But we're all human and very fallible, so it certainly could be a mistake.
Although I haven't seen any fallibility on the part of our GIS team as of yet. On my part, not their part. So Councilmember Cater Thompson, if that showed up, it's not because it's between 500 and 1,000 feet. It's because according to the GIS, it's within, or at least touching 500 feet. And remember, it goes from parcel boundary to parcel boundary.
I believe this is close to the Lynch Creek Trail.
Unfortunately, I don't have that.
I'm happy to recuse from it, but.
Okay. We can follow
we'll
up to
just
make
do
sure we
that.
don't have
Yeah,
errors in the
I'd
maps.
appreciate that.
Thanks for raising
And
that.
the other comment was, I'm really happy about the new pricing and that who's ever doing the work, the two companies, that they're consistent, because
Yes.
that was definitely a problem.
It was, and
Last year.
it was a hope that we could get to that point this year, and thankfully, right in the nick of time, we were able to reach agreement and work really diligently on the staff side to ensure that that didn't mean costs were going up for our residents.
Really appreciate that, thanks. I'll make the motion. Oh, well, I can't.
I can hear. Okay, so I think what we're looking for is the resolution, attachment 1, a motion for attachment 1 as modified with Barnacles Lakeville non-properties. And so who would like to make a motion on attachment 1?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion from Cater Thompson.
Second.
And a second from Shribs. Thank you very much. Roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful. Now we'll move to the part where I am going to recuse for parcels near my house and leave the room and pass the meeting over to our vice mayor.
Okay, so would any council members like to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Anyone second?
I'll second.
Okay, clerk?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
And McDonald recused. Motion carries unanimously with the recusal.
And I'll recuse now.
Okay, and now we're looking at attachment 3, and a motion, please.
Make the motion?
We have a motion from Cater Thompson,
Second.
second from Shribs. Thank you very much. Roll call vote.
Barnacle recused. Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the recusal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're looking at attachment 4, the resolution with Cater Thompson recused. May I have a motion?
Motion, please.
Motion
I'll
from
second.
Shribs, a second from Now. Roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson recused. DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the recusal.
And now we have Cater Thompson returning to the room and DeCarly recusing on this one. And it is attachment 5. And I'm looking for a motion on this one.
Okay, I'll move 5.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Shribs and a second from Now. Roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly is recused. Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the recusal.
Thank you very much. We're inviting DeCarly back in the room and recusing Now. For attachment 6, the resolution. And do we have a motion?
I'll move 6.
And we have a
Second.
motion from Shribs and a second from Cater Thompson. A roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now is recused. Quint,
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with recusal.
Thank you very much. Inviting now back into the room and Shribs to be recused. This is attachment 7 and a roll call vote.
I'll make the
Please.
motion.
A motion from Cater Thompson,
Second.
a second from now. Roll call vote.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs is recused, and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with recusal.
Thank you. And I believe that brings us through the entire process. And that concludes that item for the evening.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Amy, thank you very much for being here all evening with us. And brings us to item 13, which is a workshop, and we'll take a heartbeat to get set up here. But we have a recommendation to receive a staff presentation and discuss the FY 26-27 Petaluma Transit budget and service modification options. We have Paul Cashel, the Director of Public Works, Jared Hall, Transit Manager, and Camille Sullivan, Senior Management Analyst on the team here. So we have a presentation. I'm sure it will take a heartbeat to pull up, so relax in your chairs or stretch a leg if you need.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, if I may, while he's bringing up the presentation, I'd like to start with a staff announcement.
Okay, please do.
Yeah, sure. Before we start, so Jared Hall, our transit manager for the last 8 years, has accepted an exciting offer with the Riverside Transit Agency to be their next director of planning. And so we're excited for him, and we want to congratulate him. Want to thank him for his 8 years of dedicated service to the community. So thank you, Jared, from city staff and the community. So next question may be, okay, well, what next? Who's going to help run transit, especially with some of the discussion we're going to be having tonight? So with that, and to help ensure continuity and a smooth transition, we're excited to welcome back a former transit employee. That's Maria Arce. So Maria started back with us today, and she's going to help us provide a smooth transition. She'll be taking over as interim transit manager. Oh, and if I didn't mention, Jared's last day is this Thursday. Right. Yep.
Thank you very much, Paul. Bittersweet moment for me. Of course, it's been great to be in the Petaluma community. I very much love the people, love working with our committees and the council, but a great opportunity. So thank you for all your time and support over the years. So I'll pull up the presentation here, if you'll bear with me for a moment. All right, so good evening, members of the council, members of the public. We're here tonight to talk about transit and to give you an update on our service as we lead into our FY27 budget and some challenges that we're looking at, paired with some recommendations that we have from our Transit Advisory Committee for modifications in FY27. And so in terms of an overview, we're going to give you an overview of the transit budget as a reminder of how that works and a snapshot in time of where we are right now. We're going to provide a summarization of feedback that we've received from the community and the Transit Advisory Committee over the past several months. We're going to provide a recap of feedback that we've received over a series of meetings during that time. And then we're going to lead into our staff recommendation. Although there's no specific item requested tonight as an action, it's a discussion consensus item. We do have a staff recommendation that's being presented based on the TAC meetings, and then of course, questions discussion. So in terms of the broader scope of transit finance, I know people have kind of heard the overview before, but as a reminder, transit is really a patchwork of several different funding sources, and those are both local, states, federal, and they often have dedicated uses. So there's a lot of grants that are capital in particular, and we've done a great job of receiving those. Like all of our recent electric bus purchases are pretty much entirely grant funded. And the harder part of the equation is the operating grant side, where we've actually received several of those recently due to the great work of Camille. But overall, transit financing is a patchwork, and usually it's segmented, and the specific funds can only be used for particular items. So in terms of the recent trends, transit regionally and even nationally is at a difficult time since 2020. Of course, there was big economic shocks to the country during that time. We were fortunate to have several temporary grant funding sources come in, some of which were CARES or CRISA, the COVID Recovery Acts. But overall, since then, those funds have been depleted now for multiple years, and we've seen a continuing trend of decreasing funding with our two major funding sources, one of which is TDA, Transportation Development Act funding. That's our biggest funding source. That has been down for 11 straight quarters at the Sonoma County level, hopefully a trend that reverses soon. And STA, State Transit Assistance, has been down 27%, and that was already a decreasing funding source because that's tied to diesel tax, but it's a per gallon charge. So as vehicles get more efficient, as they electrify, that was just a naturally decreasing funding source even before the recent downturns. And this has led to a lot of transit agencies facing what you've probably read about in the paper as a fiscal cliff. For example, there's a ballot measure for 5 counties in the region right now to do funding, especially bigger agencies like BARTS and Muni are looking at significant cuts that I'm sure some people have heard about. But the biggest piece is expenses have been going up faster than revenues have. And that unfortunately leads you to a scenario where you're likely going to be looking at service modifications or potentially cuts. And so Camille, give us a quick overview reminder of the Petaluma Transit budget.
Thank you. So as you can see represented in the 2 pie charts, one is our operating revenues and one is our operating expenses. The large green, essentially half, is our TDA. So that is the one that Jared mentioned is declining 11 straight quarters. That is funded at the state level through a sales tax. We also have STA, which is rapidly declining. That is the State Transit Assistance, and that's specifically funded through a fuel sales tax. And as California has switched from gasoline vehicles towards electric vehicles, that revenue source is just going to continue to decrease. What you might notice is the 22% of grants. That's actually new. We've been increasing our operating grant, resources. So we've applied for more operating grants recently in the last few years to try to fund any gaps in these declining fund sources that we receive every year. And as you can see, the third major one is Go Sonoma, which was previously Measure M. So Measure M sunset on March 31st, 2025, and then Go Sonoma took effect on April 1st, 2025. On the operating expenses, you can see that our largest expense is our contractor hours. So that's our management, repairs, driver hours. That is the largest expense that we incur. But then the second expense is supplies. So that's parts, fuel, anything for the wear and tear of the vehicles. And on the next slide, I'll discuss thank you. So there we go. Okay. Some trends that we have seen at the Petaluma level and then at the Sonoma County level. So we've seen driver wage increases in FY 22-23 to stay competitive as we reach a driver shortage. Overall, just higher maintenance costs due to an aging fleet. We do have an aging fleet. You have seen some of our new electric vehicles potentially on the road. They have launched. They took off in the last few weeks. And so we are actively replacing. And I do want to note that our discussion tonight is specifically as it relates to our operating budget. Our capital budget is funded the majority through grants. And so that's where our electric buses are coming from. It's through a variety of grant sources. So this is specifically going to talk about our operating expenses tonight. We also launched LumaGo in the fall of 2024. And then the service expansion on routes 2 and 11, so the 15-minute headways during peak hours. But then also nationally, we're seeing inflationary price increases due to tariffs or just rising costs of parts, labor. And then we began our new operations contract as of July 1st of this year. And then at the county level, we have seen a little bit of an increase in funds from the switching of Measure M to Go Sonoma. The sales tax remains the same. When you go to the store and you buy something, the sales tax remains the same, but there is a new formula. So instead of 13%, it's 21% now dedicated towards transit. So this fiscal year, we are seeing essentially an 85% increase in the Go Sonoma, formerly Measure M, fund source. However, that's not an every year we'll see an 85% increase. It's just a one time as the new measure took effect. So we have identified that there is a gap. Expenses are outpacing revenues. Revenues are declining. So staff has already taken action to decrease costs where possible. So this includes updating the PG&E energy plan, especially since the facility electrification project phase 1 has been or is in the process of being completed. We have deferred fleet maintenance as appropriate. Specifically like gate electrification projects or something like that, just to shift funds as appropriate to meet the operational gap. And then where grants are able to, we have funded staff time to try to shift billable expenses to ease up the pressure on the operating funds, and then reducing any other operating costs as possible that would not impact service. So we've already enacted these items, and then we have also gone for a variety of revenue sources. If you want to go to the next slide, sorry. Thank you. So we have looked at increasing our revenue sources, specifically as it relates to transit operations. As I mentioned, we do have a variety of grants funding various capital projects, especially the bus and the bus electrification process. So we have resumed transit advertising program. So you might see some new ads on the back of our buses. So we have a paid advertising program. And then we're beginning the process of generating low carbon fuel saving credits now that our facility is becoming electrified. We are also switching some of our annual funds. So the low carbon transportation operating program, that's LCTOP, that can be applied either towards capital or operating. So in the past, we've used it towards electric buses, but as we've had enough electric buses, we switched it towards, this year we're switching it towards operating because it does fund fare-free programs as well. So we're trying to be strategic with repositioning some of our funding sources as possible to meet that operating gap. We've also applied for grants and been awarded various grants recently, such as the Safe Access for All, which will fund LumaGo through the rest of the fiscal year, and the Clean California Communities and Employment Pathways Grant, which allows for enhanced bus stop cleaning and minor maintenance work. And we do have a few pending grant applications as well that we're hoping to hear back from over the summer as it relates to transit operations. And as those get awarded, I add them to our budget projections. So as of right now, when we're about to look at the next slide, which has the budget on it, it doesn't reflect anything that has not been awarded to set the tone. So this is our current operating budget, like an overview of what we're projecting for the rest of this fiscal year and then going forward. So to do this, we estimate expenses at a 5% increase just due to cost increases every year. But the revenues, it is all based on all the grants that were awarded, the projections based upon the Sonoma County Transit and Climate Authority and MTC. So we factor in all of these. So without the cost savings measures that I described in the last few slides, we would be looking at a $1.2 million deficit in FY26 and 27. Right now, we're looking at $108,000 deficit for 26-27, but then compounding the future years. And so that's why we're here tonight, is to talk about what we can do to address this deficit.
Thank you, Camille. So even giving all those different changes that we talked about and turning over every stone that we can financially, there still is a remaining budget shortfall, as we saw in that slide. So what we did is we launched a process, once we realized that was the case, where we want to make sure that the community is heavily involved and aware of the situation and providing us guidance on what the service is going to look like going forward, knowing that some changes are likely going to be imminent. And so our process started back in September 2025, when we had our first annual budget presentation to the Transit Advisory Committee. And since then, we've been back several times. Most notably, we had a January TAC workshop to where we promoted that throughout the community with our community partners on social media, letting them know this is going to be the workshop where we really talk about a lot of the budget update and some potential service changes for FY27 so that we get good public input. And then from there, we had 2 more meetings with the Transit Advisory Committee, which were in February or March, and those further refined the different options, looking at really all aspects of the service, route by route, service by service. And from there, we had a recommendation that was adopted by TAC at the last meeting to bring forward to council today. So that brings us up to April 6th, where we're presenting the staff recommendation. And then anything that comes out of this meeting in terms of guidance would be implemented for changes that would start on July 5th, 2026 as part of the larger city FY27 budget process. So in terms of the approach that we talked about going into this, we wanted to make sure that we have a lot of community involvement. We wanted to have clear priorities for how we're going to determine how we're going to make any service modifications that we need to. We want to look at every single service that we have under several different lenses, whether that's equity, ridership, performance, and then figure out, what level of service will be needed to achieve fiscal resiliency, both in FY27 and beyond potentially, and then of course present the list of staff recommendations to you. So in terms of the priorities and how we're looking at this in the lens, and a lot of these are always consistent with Petaluma Transit, but especially for this process, we always want to have a safe, reliable transit system throughout the community. It's a reminder that transportation is the #1 expense for people in Petaluma and really across the country, especially now with fuel prices going up significantly. We want to maximize our ridership, our accessibility, and our efficiency. We want to always achieve a balanced budget, as we're trying to do for FY27 and beyond. Any service changes that we do have to implement, we want to minimize the impacts as much as we can. So try to minimize any impacts to ridership, to equity communities throughout Petaluma. So we did the equity analysis, and then ensure that we're still helping to fulfill the high level priority goals for Petaluma, such as the blueprint for climate action. And then, of course, a big goal is starting to rebuild our transit funding reserves over time. So as we dove into different options for service modifications, there's several different lenses that you can look at it through. You could do some of the different things shown on this chart, such as you could truncate hours. Right now on weekdays, 3 of our routes run until about 8:30 p.m. Do you perhaps end that service at 7 p.m.? You could shave off a day of service. We run 7 days per week right now, but perhaps you just run 6 days. You could modify routes, perhaps truncating a portion of a route if there's any operational savings. You could do other route reductions, how frequently they run throughout the day. Instead of every 15 minutes, they run every 30. And then, of course, any combination of different considerations or hybrids, even looking at things like the role of microtransit going forward. So on this chart, you can see the performance of all the different types of services that we have. And it's worth noting that it's our highest ridership year in FY25 since COVID. So that's great news. But you can see the ridership for all 3 services here, our paratransit service on the top left, our fixed route service on the top right, and then LumaGo, which launched in October 24 on the bottom. So when we were looking at all the routes, we wanted to try to identify if there's changes to any routes, which ones would have disproportionate impacts to equity communities. So we looked at 2 different lenses, one of which you can see on this screen, and these are the low-income populations throughout Petaluma. So where you see the darker redder colors, there's larger concentrations of low-income neighborhoods. With this chart, we're looking at minority population representation throughout the city. So as it gets darker on the purple side, you can see larger concentrations of minority populations. And then how that's balanced out with the different routes, some having more pockets than others, etc. So with that approach, we launched our public feedback process. And at our first workshop on January 20th, some of the feedback that we heard that we want to bring forward is we need to look at, 1, consideration of the new MV operation contract and any changes or efficiencies we can find in that, as well as overall operations of Petaluma Transit. We want to work with our community partners, given how vital they are to our success, to see if we can partner with them and really maximize and leverage our funding and our resources. LumaGo, as we'll talk about in a minute, has been a really popular service since we've launched it. It's been incredibly well received by the community. It is one of the more expensive services, but people really said, we love LumaGo. We want to look at several different options if there's any way to keep any form of that service. And then we want to look at doing a multi-year funding solution rather than perhaps revisiting the process on an annual basis. So that was a preliminary workshop meeting. And then, as I mentioned before, we continue to revise that feedback through the next two meetings. And so what we came out of those two meetings were continue to look at any equity considerations and if you could do any offsets in the staff recommendation to minimize those impacts. Focus on cutting the lowest performing routes, as are the ones with the least riders, least boardings per hour. Create a list of services to retain if there was any additional funding that we're able to find, in the budget process or otherwise. Continue funding discussions with the community partners, and then provide some of that context that we heard at the beginning of the larger regional transit funding scenario. So several of these items we've already started. So one such example, which is really exciting, is the second item, is we've met with Santa Rosa Junior College, Petaluma campus, and we submitted a grant about 2 weeks ago for a Transportation Fund for Clean Air grant, and that would provide us for more funding on the operations side for some of our East Petaluma routes. But they were so excited by that they were offering to partner with us perhaps on that grant as well. And so that's something that we're currently discussing with them. And they have a recently formed Transit Advisory Commission on campus we've met with a couple of times. And so that's been a really productive conversation so far. But similarly, we've started conversations with other partners throughout the community, such as Healthy Petaluma, Kaiser, the business community, and SMART. And not all of these are going to be immediate impact items, and they're part of a larger consideration of the overall city dynamic and relationship with these partners, but something that will continue to be a conversation going forward. In terms of the city and MV service agreements, as a reminder, that's a 5-year base agreement running from FY26 to FY30 with a 3-year one-time option period. It's worth noting with this agreement, as you saw in the earlier slide, it's over 50% of our operating costs. And this contract, even though it was thought that it was going to go up about 12% in the first year of the new contract, went up about 20%. So something I would say to keep in mind. And the biggest piece of the labor through this is actually a union agreement between MV and the Amalgamated Transit Union, of which we have some members here tonight. And there's an agreement embedded within that. And then there's an FTA requirement governing the city's ability to adjust certain things within the contract. Some things are adjustable. Some things, such as that type of labor agreement, is something set by the FTA to where the city's options are a bit limited. And then we want to continue to work with MV. They've been great partners to us, serving the community for multiple decades. And they've been willing to engage with us and been great partners to see how we can find additional efficiencies within that contract. And then, of course, pausing staff hiring. The last thing you would ever want to do is have to lay off staff. So in terms of looking at the specific staff recommendations, we looked at everything again, route by route. We're not going to talk about all of them tonight, but just the ones that we're recommending changes. And so you'll see a few different route cards like this. And the way to read these are, you'll see the route name on the top left with a description of the hours. You'll see a map on the top right. You'll see the cost and the frequency on the bottom right, and then the ridership on the bottom left. So Route 10 is currently our lowest performing fixed route. It runs Monday through Friday, roughly from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we currently have 3 boardings per hour on that route. There is some other service provided on that corridor by Sonoma County Transit that's worth noting. But this is one of the difficult decisions of which we were recommending to end this route, although it would be replaced with a limited service school tripper route that runs on weekdays during peak times, also along Petaluma Boulevard North. And this route, of course, as a reminder, is the one that goes from downtown Petaluma along the boulevard out towards the outlet mall and back. Our school routes and school trippers are a real important part of our network. These, even though they're limited and run on weekdays during peak times, are actually our most productive routes. We get 32 boardings per hour on these routes, over 67,000 per year. And so we have several you can see on the map that serve East Petaluma, like 301, 302, 501 serving West Petaluma. So we're not proposing any major changes for these, other than a minor one to Route 501 to modify the routing, which would allow it to connect to the downtown SMART station and provide additional connectivity for West Petaluma residents and to some of the schools along the route, including Petaluma High, Petaluma Junior High, and Valley Vista. And this is one of several services that we do have temporary grant funding for, thanks to a lot of the great grant work that we've done that helps to partially fund these routes for a period of about 3 years. Route 24 is another one of the lower ridership routes. This, of course, is the route that runs from downtown along Lakeville Highway out to the Kaiser Hospital. This route, however, is one of the ones where we didn't think it would be viable to eliminate the route altogether, given the fact there's large equity concerns of serving the hospital that people wouldn't have other options for necessarily, and certain pockets of low-income minority neighborhoods along the route, such as near the Baywood area. So what we are proposing is we have a couple of trips that allow the service to run for 30 minutes during weekday peak times. Those would go away, so you're left with a route that runs 60 minutes all day on weekends. And as one of the balances with that, getting back to the equity piece, there was an item that was carried forward from the last TAC meeting where we would launch a 1-year pilot program with a somewhat similar routing that goes from downtown to Schollenberger Park, running on Saturdays from 12 to 6. So the savings is $55K. The added cost for that last item is $15K per year. Going back to Lumigo, this has been one of the most exciting services that we've had running since October 2024. It's been really well received by the community. We, of course, had several goals with the service. We wanted to bring a lot of people in the door to transit who may not have rode it before. We want to provide a lot of people with a new mobility option as kind of a proof of concept. It was a pilot program, and it's worth noting it was our most expensive service compared to any of the fixed routes. So we are proposing that the pilot program be discontinued, which would save $488,000 per year. The grant is partially funded, as Camille noted. So during this proposal, it would continue to run through June 2026 and would end beyond that time. And currently that route is running 7 days per week. Another difficult choice is our Sunday service. Again, we're running 7 days per week. So on Sundays, we have 3 routes running, 2, 11, and 33. We have our paratransit and our Lumigo service running from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. This has about 9.5 boardings per hour, but it is something where we're recommending eliminating Sunday service, which would save about $110,000 per year. Looping back to the evening service, again, 3 of the fixed routes, 2, 11, 33, and our paratransit service are running until 8:30 p.m. Per this recommendation, that service would end at 7 p.m., so saving a handful of trips, and that would result in net savings of $112,000 per year. And then we wanted to have a summary chart that shows a cumulative effect of all these impacts and how that impacts the bottom line and kind of the overall ending balance. So I'll let Camille talk on that.
Thank you. So as you can see, all the items that Jared has discussed is represented in the blue table on top. So you can see the estimated cost per either route or segment or service hours represented in each year, fiscal year as well as the total savings by either discontinuing pilot programs or eliminating routes or reducing service. And then the bottom table represents the initial deficit that we were looking at in like a couple slides ago, the total of the recommended package, and then any balance carryover from previous years, and then the new ending balance with the recommended package. So you can see that FY 26-27 has a 0 carryover. That's because it's already factored into the initial surplus deficit from the previous slide. But going forward, any savings compounds into the next fiscal year. And if you want to go to the next slide, thank you. And so the next slide represents the updated revenue and expenses budget if we were to go forward with these service modifications. So an updated expense, revenues, and end of year operating surplus or deficit based upon what was presented in the first slide, or not the first slide, but a few slides ago.
And so one item worth mentioning, to go back really quick, one of the items that had been part of the original staff recommendation is, of course, there's a city agreement with UCPNB ODES, which is United Cerebral Palsy of the North Bay, where they provide bus cleaning services. That, of course, is a very treasured program. They've been great partners. That was something where we were looking at potentially modifying that service, eliminating that. We were able to find a grant, thanks to Camille's great work, which would continue that for at least one additional year in FY27 to buy us a bit more time and perhaps find some additional options to continue that beyond that period. So several different options that we're looking at to try to address the overall budget situation. So the staff recommendation is really two parts. It's the items that you see on this slide here, and then it's also paired with several pieces that will occur over upcoming years. And what that represents is things like continued discussions with MV Transportation on the city MV service agreement, see if there's additional changes or savings we could do there, continued funding discussions with the community partners, additional grant applications. We're being conservative right now with not assuming any grants that we don't know are confirmed, but we have been successful applying for more grants and new grants that we've never gotten before over the past couple of years, but being as conservative as possible, those aren't assumed. And then there will be a lot of coordinated transit planning efforts over the upcoming 18 months, and those include things such as the Mascots Plan, Marin Sonoma County Coordinated Transit, and that's starting in April 2026. So as a reminder, people can look forward to additional service frequencies on SMART starting April 12th. So that's great news. Also bringing more funding back into City of Petaluma, Petaluma Transit as a result of that. There's the Sonoma County Transportation Climate Authority study called SYNC that's just kicking off now. That looks at further transit collaboration and efficiencies across agencies that we'll be a part of. There's, of course, the City of Petaluma Short-Range Transit Plan. That'll be kicking off later this year. And we have a large grant that we're hoping to be successful on. We'll hear back on the summer. If we're successful with that, that would allow us to do a full transit revisioning effort altogether. So word on that soon. And then even Sonoma County is doing their own operational analysis. So the net effect of all this is there's going to be a lot of brain power and a lot of thinking going into how all the agencies can work together as efficiently as they can, trying to really wring out every ounce of cost savings that we can find working together as part of the network. So one other piece of feedback from the March TAC meeting we want to pass along. In addition to the recommended items that we covered, there's two additional things that they wanted council to consider tonight. The second one is already included in the recommendation, which would be that one-year pilot on Lakeville Highway, Saturdays from 12 to 6. That's already included. The item that isn't included, if there was more funding available, would be maintaining weekday evening service. So again, instead of ending at 7 p.m., running until 8:30 p.m. as that does now, that would be the highest priority item, although that will require an additional $100,000 per year. So in terms of next step, we're looking to get the input and guidance from the community tonight and from council. And then again, these changes will roll out in the form of the FY27 budget process. And we'll be doing a major community outreach education campaign as a result of any changes. And so that's things like updating schedules, the printed ones, the website, signage at transit stops and hubs, social media outreach, signage and audible messages on our buses, working through our community partners, and then continuing to monitor the budget situation and updating in the future as needed. And so with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. A lot of data there. A lot of going on there. And I appreciate all the tax done to force it into a conversation 3 times and try and bring together a packet to council that looks at things. And it's a workshop, so I'm not going to be able to. I'm not interested in constraining this to question at any moment. I think we're going to be offering opinion and mixing a question, and then misunderstanding a certain thing you presented on, and back and forth between council members. So could be interesting. Councilmember Scripps, you wanted to weigh in.
Okay, first, thank you for all the work. You've gone through a variety of outreaches and committees and planning and organization. to do a lot of work ahead of us before even getting here to do this efficiency. And it looks like really great for the next 3 to 4 years. You're actually being proactive in reducing the services now to save money later, which I think is a good plan, as what you got so far. So I just want to thank you for all that work. Before you leave, you should be very happy about leaving behind a very good plan for the next, it looks like 3 to 4 years. So I'm now thinking about beyond the 4 years for my questions here. So Lumago, we've got a set of buses that are smaller than our larger buses. And I was wondering for two things. One is on the actual cost per ride, because I think I read that was $28 per ride, comparing that to just a simple taxi or Uber as the cost goes. Is Luma any more efficient than having an Uber in town and having them work, but different people would be paying for it instead of the city paying for it, customers would be paying for it. And then once the Lumago disappears, the program, what happens to those buses at the end of that? Are they going to be usable for our fixed routes in any sort, school buses and everything, or because of their size, they're not any more efficient because they just as a driver is the cost, not the actual vehicle. So can you talk a little bit about the buses and comparison to Uber?
Yeah, so I'll take the second part of that first in terms of the vehicles. So the vehicles that have been operating on Lumago service, they actually were originally paratransit vehicles that were repurposed. If Lumago were to end, they would go back into that mold. So the wrap would come off them and they would go back into serving our paratransit service that they did previously. So we still would be able to get use out of those vehicles beyond that point, which is good news. In terms of the cost, it's hard to know the cost of Uber service. Do you recall the cost per rider on our Lumago? $28.40 is the cost for a Lumago rider. Now, I think it's worth noting it serves a somewhat different crowd, and there was a big equity consideration with that service that, of course, was free. So I think it was turning out some people that are similar, that were riding both, but also a new type of clientele that may not be riding Uber and Lyft, or maybe additional barriers there. That is something, though, that we would consider going forward. For example, we have several outstanding grant applications with SCTCA, one of which would be perhaps a program that would provide a discount or subsidy on Uber and Lyft. And so if that's successful, that's a type of program that we've looked at in the past where we could potentially leverage that service and do some sort of partnership there as well that would lower the cost for people and kind of leverage those existing services as well.
Okay, next question, comment is on the taxation of electric vehicles. I've got 2 now, and it's really nice because they're very low cost to run. It costs me less than 5 cents a mile to operate my vehicles now that I own them. But the state, I think, has been looking at and talking about a separate tax for EV vehicles for maintaining roads and maybe even supporting transit, since that's one of the major causes of reduced funding for public transit. So should we be jumping forward and helping out and supporting to tax me, the EV driver, for both roads and for public transit? Should we be stepping up and moving forward like we did today in supporting state bills and making that happen? Would that be an idea that we should be doing?
I think anything that helps to advance electrification and bring more funding in the door is great for us. That's ultimately kind of a policy advocacy position to discuss. But I think we've had great luck with EV buses so far. There's been several grant funds we've been able to get, such as the HVIP, Hybrid Voucher Incentive Program, which lowers the cost. We'll have those low carbon fuel credits coming in. We anticipate that brings in about $20,000 per year. But I would say any opportunity to bring more funding in for electrification and fulfill our goal and the blueprint for climate action of trying to have a zero emission bus fleet by 2030, I think the better from our point of view.
Right. So this is as a possible thing that the council can think about is maybe going upstairs to our state representatives to promote taxation of EV vehicles through the DMV. I think that's what's being talked about now, but could be used a little bit more support.
I can add to that. I've attended some webinars with Caltrans and the California Transportation Commission, and they are actually studying this right now, but it's a few years out from the webinars that I've attended. The reason why it's a few years out is they want to make sure that the transition is a sustainable one and not let's tax gas and then gas goes away. So that is why the transition is anticipated to be prolonged, but it is something that high up state is looking at. So you're there.
And then finally, just looking down the road past 4 years, looking more like 10 years from now, and looking at, since we have autonomous vehicles operating in many of the larger cities and higher density locations, and the technology is improving all the time, I suspect it's coming. So can we talk a little bit and your opinions and your ideas about autonomous vehicles, whether it be the small ones like that would do the paratransit type work, or even the buses like Google has, Waymo. Are city roads adequately signed and lined and painted adequately so for autonomous vehicles to operate so that we could actually trust them to turn them into public transit type vehicles? And if and our streets are good enough, and then if our density is high enough to actually accommodate this type of thing, because it looks like 50% of our costs are basically it's drivers, basically is our biggest cost, 50%. So, and then I did a little research using AI, and basically the report I got back was 10 small autonomous vehicles would be much more efficient than large buses entirely, and operating on a door-to-door basis would be at less than half the cost and provide a lot more service. And so if we look at that as a long-term model, can we get there? How soon can we get there? And how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I would say we've not yet looked at the technical side of whether those vehicles can operate on Petaluma roads with the signage and the striping. I think a great opportunity for that will be once we dive more into those planning studies that we referenced, like the short-range transit plan. I think that's when we can really weigh those type of large-scale changes. Overall, I would say we're open-minded to any type of service and vehicle that provides the best optimized service so that it's safe, it's reliable, its cost effectiveness is there. I think those are all the type of things that we'll be looking at more as we dive in those studies. At this point, we can't say for certain if those technical pieces are in place right now.
Okay, so just as a comment, just to be thinking about for our traffic engineers as we're building roads for bikes and peds, they're all looking at both signage and painting that would accommodate autonomous vehicles down the road 10 years from now if we start thinking about that
Good
now
point.
in engineering.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in on questions they have here? Council member now.
Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry to see you are leaving, Jared, but congratulations. And if everybody doesn't know, he's won awards for the city for his partnerships. And I'm looking forward to some of the partnerships that you mentioned for funding Healthy Petaluma, the Blue Zones. They're trying to get people to walk, ride bikes, and have a more healthy environment. And we know that our middle school children are using LumaGo quite a bit because they're not quite licensed drivers, and LumaGo's a cool thing for them to use. I'm really sad to see it go because my grandson has been using it, and the neighbors that are middle schooler, they have been using it a lot. So I'm very sad to see that LumaGo transportation go. But can you explain the Smart Station to Schollenberger route? Because that's going to go down Lakeville. Why is it not going to Kaiser?
So yeah, that's one of the items that was presented as an idea at one of our TAC meetings, again, as a mitigation to some of the reductions on Route 24. It was proposed as a one-year pilot program. The reason it's not going to Kaiser is that would be a Saturday-only route, and Kaiser, of course, is closed on the weekends. So there was some discussion of, do you still serve that area, the business park? It wasn't recommended at that point. We didn't think there would be enough ridership for it to be productive. But we're still open to ideas on the exact routing of that, and that's something that moves forward.
Okay, because we have heard from the community that the residents off of Baywood, Little Woods, mobile home parks, they would like to see service, especially on the weekends in their neighborhood. So if it could go to the Smart Station, that's close to downtown. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And this option goes both to Schollenberger Park and to downtown and the downtown Smart Station. So that would be a new option for them on Saturdays if it proceeds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm not thrilled to have to be in a position where we're decreasing what I call essential services around the city. I mean, you make a good point that Lumago is $28 per ride, and an Uber from downtown to Lagunitas is $15. So, I mean, Lumago is distinctly more, but it is that equity component, that free component. I'm hearing junior high and suspecting there's only 200. Is it 200 riders a day on the Lumago system? No, that's too high. What's the right number for that? And 200 a day and 850 riders a day on the main service, and so that's not really a lot of anybody. We need to drive ridership up. That's I think the takeaway here is things will be more effective and more valuable with more ridership. But do you have any demographics for who's using Lumago? I mean, you say it's an equity thing, but I hear it's a privilege thing. You know, it's the people who won't ride a regular bus because that's for poor people saying, I'll take a Lumago. Can we get facts? I mean, you know, can we get data on that? I mean, I know you can't walk up and say, how much do you make? So how do you determine who your demographic is? Neighborhood of pickup? Things like that?
We haven't done any rider-specific demographic survey on Lumago. I think the way you would do that is to do a survey likely through the app. Of course, it adds its own white label app where you could ask questions like what's your age, income level, those type of demographic questions. We don't currently know that now on there. Really, we think it's not wholly different from our fixed route system. It's still pretty similar and representative based on kind of anecdotal feedback from our drivers. So you still get a lot of students riding that certain times, like the morning. You get people riding that for different trips throughout the day, like going shopping and those type of errands. So anecdotally, that's pretty similar, but we don't have any specific data to that particular service.
Okay, you were, I'm gonna go for 2 or 3 more here. You show that there'll be a deficit next year of 100K, 108K. And you express all of this optimism that we'll pull in funding. Don't we feel like we can, optimism seems to me a bigger number than 108K, that we could be balanced next year if our grants come through correctly. How do we take the optimism and make the right amount of cutting? Because you're saying that if we make all the cutting, we're a 400 surplus next year. Is it 400 was the correct answer on that slide? Yeah, ballparky. So, you know, you're saying that there's $500,000 worth of cutting you're doing to get us to next year's surplus of 400. So how much optimism and what kind of grants? Hence, how slow should we roll out the cuts that you're talking about? I mean, would mid-year adjustment give us a better indication?
I'll take the first crack and pass it off to Camille. I would say a lot of this process has been a balance of striking the right blend of a couple different things. One, we want to achieve a sustainable budget, so that's one piece. But 2, we don't want to cut any further than needed, given how vital the service is for people and that you're impacting people's lives on a day-to-day basis. So that's something where we had several conversations with TAC of how much service do we potentially look at modifying now, how much budget surplus is reasonable to keep for outlying years. And we felt this was the balance of all those different approaches. It gives us a multiple year solution for the funding side with fairly good confidence, we'll talk about in a minute, but it's not cutting too far that we're impacting people more than we need to if, you know, the situation is different and we do have more revenue. Can we do you want to talk?
Yeah, so the various grants that we are hoping for, the optimism, a lot of them won't take effect next year. So specifically the cycle 2 with SCTCA, they're actually in the evaluation process right now, and that takes a few years for it to roll out. The first cycle of SCTCA started hitting our books at the end of June this year. So for time frame, it does take a little bit. So we're anticipating that one, if awarded, take effect FY28, FY29. The TFCA grant that we applied for, it's actually a 2-year grant, and so even though we've applied for over 100K for that grant, it wouldn't solve that 108K deficit because it would be essentially 50K one year, 50K the other year. And so that's the balance of the as much optimism as there is, I want to have enough caution to prepare as well. And as we continue to see prices increase and stuff, I don't necessarily predict, like that the 5% increase that I have estimated going out, FY27, 28, 29, if it could fluctuate more or less, hopefully less. But if it does
Right,
fluctuate
I think you
more.
picked the worst case scenario here.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure I'm comfortable going to worst case. You said the LumaGrow system costs about $450K to run. And we have a grant that we're in the middle of. Are we walking away from money? Would it go into other business?
No. So the SAFA grant that we were just awarded, that grant is specifically, we reached out to them knowing this. And so they said, no, you can expend the grant fully. I did the calculations of just our driver hours. We can fully expend the grant by the end of the year.
Other if we cut LumaGo July 1st, do we... Or can we receive the grants from that and apply them to other purpose?
No. So that specific grant, it's specifically for on-demand wheelchair accessible vehicles. So any wheelchair accessible vehicles outside of paratransit. So unfortunately, we can't put it towards fixed route because fixed route is not considered on-demand. And so that is why we have
And how
programmed
much
it
is
for
that
those.
money per year we'd be walking away from?
So we are able to fully expend it. It's a $150K grant for the rest of this fiscal year.
But
and
it said it ran through 2028.
Not that grant. So this grant
That's the
is
one I'm interested in.
Okay. Yeah, the grant through 2028, the one that takes effect after 2028, that one hasn't been awarded yet. So that's temporarily. The MTIS grant, that one funds a variety of different operational things, such as our school tripper service. So that has been funded through the MTIS grant, which took effect April 1st. And that also funds our service increase on routes 2 and 11. So that 15-minute headway during peak time. So it's not just funding entirely LumaGo, that one. So if we walk away from it, it doesn't necessarily mean that we would be losing the grant.
That's the MTIS that you're referring to?
Yes.
So the MTIS goes to other use?
Correct.
Okay.
And the SAFA grants that can be used for FY26 LumaGo. So even if that service doesn't run past the end of the fiscal year, we can still fully utilize that $150K, and that helps the budget situation overall.
All right, because it only appears on the slide for LumaGo, and that's why I focus on LumaGo.
And we have, sorry.
So LumaGo, $450,000, and the deficit is about $500,000 between this year and next year, 100 down in the coming year. If we cut LumaGo, does that get to the whole 500? We don't do the other changes? I mean, seems like that's the number we're hunting for.
The numbers on the graph include LumaGo cuts.
Yeah, so if you look at this summary slide again on number...
There's 2 slides. There's the early one that shows 100K down next year with no changes.
So the recommendation, which is on slide 31, so LumaGo would not be enough in and of itself if you discontinue that pilot to achieve this balance. You could always look at, do we keep more of those services on the table? The net result would be the ending balance would decrease. So right now, the cumulative effect of the LumaGo changes along with the other ones, the other 8 items on slide 31, would result in a year-end balance for FY27 of 848. So you could potentially eliminate some of the things from that list, but it shrinks that budget and it makes it closer to kind of being in the red. So that would be kind of the impact of doing that change.
I just ran the numbers. So if we were to only eliminate our pilot service with LumaGo and not make any of the other changes, our estimated our estimated surplus for next fiscal year, so FY27, would be $380,000, but that would result in a deficit in the FY28. So it would essentially buy us 1 year.
Yeah, for me, I'm trying to weigh all that optimism you had on other stuff versus how soon to cut what. And it also, I think it would be wrong not to raise the question of it's fare free now. Could you tell us about the impact if you made it a fared system? Not with a nominal, pick a nominal fare, but what magnitude of impact are we talking versus overall budget?
Yeah, so as a reminder for our Fare Free program, that's funded through two primary funding sources. We have the $180,000 coming in from the city general fund, and then we have the $75,000 approximately coming in from SCTCA. And those two additive help to cover the cost of that service. But that $180K is tied specifically to doing the Fare Free program every year. We did look at options, including reintroducing fares, whether on a route-by-route basis, like just Lumago, or for the whole system. But you would want to presume that that $180K would still be there if that's tied to Fare Free, but that goes away because you bring back fares. Now you're not necessarily collecting more money. You're still getting $180K, just $1 a time at the fare box, while still also probably taking a ridership hit since you're charging fares. You could collect fares on Lumago that would bring in somewhere between $30,000 to $60,000, but there's actually costs associated with collecting fares that right now we're not bearing, things like bank costs, Fargo fees. So even the thought of starting to collect any fares at all, that brings in about $40,000 of annual costs. So there really wasn't a net gain under that scenario. And there was no reasonable fare you could charge on Lumago that would cover the entire cost of the service. Even going up to $50, it doesn't really get you close to that number.
Just wanted to have that in the public record that it was analyzed and said that it's really a net, no significant impact to start adding a fare. Thank you. Vice Mayor DeCarli.
Thank you for the presentation, Jared. You asked some of my questions, so I'll comb through mine and see what we've got left. But I'm curious, what's the breakdown of how many different buses we have between the fixed route, the larger buses, the paratransit, and then Lumago?
Right now, we have 18 buses on the fixed route side, anywhere between 30 to 40 feet, although 4 of those are temporary buses that would be retired within the next year we got for free from another agency. And then we have 8 vehicles that are running on both either paratransit or Lumago.
Okay, and then with this last year being about 300,000 riders or so in the fixed route system, do we know how many individuals are regular riders? Has there ever been a study on that to see what's the actual number of people that use it? I know it's about 850 a day or so, but how many actual people are using it every day?
We don't have a recent survey within the past several years that looks at what you call unique riders. So it's not quite known how many of that is an individual taking like 1 trip a year versus people taking that multiple trips per day, perhaps. That's not currently known, that breakdown.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was curious about that because I think it was you that answered the questions for council earlier where it was $13.02 per ride for the fixed route system. And I'm curious what that number would look like if we knew what unique riders were, and roughly how much that's costing per unique rider. Yeah, and then the question was asked about, about equity, and do we know much about, the demographics of who the ridership are kind of, and what they need, besides going from stop to stop, what is it that they really need if we had those conversations with them? And then at the same time too, in making things more equitable, I know we looked at income and minorities, but also what about the elderly?
So those are all things that we've looked at, like our last short-range transit plan, which people can find on our website. It does an analysis of all that. So it does surveys of the current riders by age, by income level, by racial demographics. So that's something we'll be updating as we do that study. One thing I would say worth noting is the unique rider versus repeat riders. I think a lot of the benefits are there kind of regardless. Everyone riding the bus is a potential cart trip taken off the road, a trip improving public health, reducing emissions. So that's really one of the main impacts and benefit, even if that is a pool of riders that is riding more frequently. That's still those benefits that you're receiving as a result.
Sure, but if you extrapolate that out and say that maybe there's 1,000 unique riders or so, and there's 300,000 riders. I mean, if it costs $13 per ride, that's a significant amount of money per unique rider, and I think that's something that should be analyzed if we can.
I think as we dive in that study again, when we update our SRTP, we'll take a look at that similarly. But really, with any public service, that's always a consideration discussion. Not every service is used by everyone. Some are used by a smaller handful more often. But that'll be the great opportunity to kind of refresh that data and take a look again.
And then looking at the Sunday routes, do you know what just Route 11 would cost on Sundays from that 110,000, I think?
Okay, so Route 11 on Sunday operating from 8:30 to 4:30 would cost $37K annually.
Okay, thank you. Do we know student-wise roughly how many of them rely on the transit system?
According to our last survey, 60% of our riders are K through 16 students. Transit always has a bigger proportion of riders in that age group, but especially for Petaluma, that's heavily skewed towards a youth ridership on our system.
Mm-hmm. And I saw that we do qualify for some grants. I think it's MTIS for student riders. I mean, are there more grants that we can take advantage of in that case?
Yeah, any type of operational grant I am working on. So currently we are applying for the LC-TOP, which funds fare-free programs as well. So that does impact operations. And that allows you to choose whether you want to have an entirely fare-free system or just offer fare-free programs for certain groups of the population, so seniors, students, and that. So right now I'm currently applying for an entirely fare-free system since we are operating as a fare-free system.
Well, but I mean, are there more of it that are specifically like for students, seeing student ridership?
Operational grants, especially ridership grants, are extremely limited. There's an abundance of grant opportunities for electric buses or something like that, but the operational grants are a lot more limited. I've been meeting with various groups just to see, and we're all coming up with like the same thing. So as there are opportunities, I always make sure to apply for them. If anyone ever sees anything, please feel free to send it my way because I'm happy to apply for anything I can see, any dollar I can save. So yes, but that's the unfortunate reality is we're turning over every stone, but the stones are limited when it comes to operating and fare-free programs.
And yeah, I don't think we've come across any grant that could potentially fund that yet that we have not applied for, but we'll keep looking.
Okay. And then kind of back on the topic of fares, I know you said it kind of maybe evens out, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it'd be nice to see a study that actually shows that. I realize there are some of the grants that are based on fare free, but I mean, even if you just looked at things as they are now, even if we charged, just $3 per passenger, that over 300,000 rides would account for everything we're talking about cutting this evening. So I realize that might change based on what grant money we might lose, but it would be good in the future to see an actual study on that.
And I would say, again, when we dive into some of the studies like the SRTP, a good chance to update that. That was one of several options we didn't present tonight, but was discussed with TAC. That was not recommended to continue forward beyond those preliminary discussions for several of the considerations like equity. It's kind of a double whammy in that effect if you're both eliminating the fare-free program perhaps and instituting a fare increase. So I think that was one of the considerations as well when we discussed it.
Mm-hmm. Are there many municipalities in the state that, what's the breakdown, I suppose, of municipalities that do charge a fare versus free?
We're only the second transit agency we know of in the state that's fare free. So that was a great, claim to fame for us. Several others have fare free programs, like they'll have a free shuttle within a particular community. They'll have free K through 12 or free seniors. But we're only the second one we know of in the state that's free for the entirety of the system.
Okay. I think that might be a great thing for promotions, but we're here talking about cutting stuff because we can't fund it anymore. Will route changes or cancellations affect paratransit riders?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Will route changes or cancellations affect paratransit riders? Because isn't there a rule about it being within a certain distance of fixed routes for that to work?
So some of the options would impact paratransit riders and some wouldn't. There's a requirement through the FTA that anytime you're providing regular, consistent, all-day fixed route service, you have to have ADA equivalent service within a 3/4 mile buffer of that fixed route. And so if you're talking about something where it's like reducing frequency on a route and causing it to go from running every 30 minutes to 60 minutes, there's no impact to the paratransit requirement. It's still the same. If you do something like if you reduce a route to a part of the city that you were serving but you're not, you could either shrink the geography and not serve the entire city limit boundary. That was something discussed with TAC that wasn't moved forward. One notable thing that would also reduce the paratransit cost is item number 5 on slide 31, which is its Sunday service. If you're not running any service on Sundays fixed route, then you can also eliminate the paratransit service. So that one and the late night service on weekdays, those are the two that would really have impacts and cost savings on the paratransit side in addition to fixed route.
Okay, so just kind of ask a little piece of that question again. So like canceling something like Route 10 and that goes all the way to the north end of town, would that eliminate some areas that could be benefiting from paratransit?
It could potentially, if you say that the area that's within a 3/4 mile buffer of that's now served isn't. That wasn't something that we wanted to recommend because that would be taking yet another service away from those people. So again, it's something you could do, but something that was discussed with TAC that wasn't recommended to carry forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barnacle.
Thanks. Just so I get my numbers right, the fare free costs, it's $180K out of the general fund plus a $75K grant. Is that what I heard correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We rolled out fare free in 2024, mid 2024 calendar year, right, with the new budget cycle.
Mm-hmm.
So since that time, we saw 100,000 bump in ridership, right? So essentially, fare free is marketing program. We could not spend that amount of money on marketing and get that many people to pay into the system. Like, it is the best marketing that you can possibly have. So I concur that I don't think we want to be going after fare free. Also, I was just looking over some of the old data on who rides. 90% of the people who ride our buses have a household income below $75,000. So like in terms of equity, like that is literally the population. And then about 60% of people are 24 and younger. So we're talking about largely a young, low earning community that is riding our transit. In terms of cuts, I think you've done that. Are we trimming enough for a worst case scenario, or is there any what is the potential that the rainy day we haven't thought about could be more gloomy, I suppose.
So the recommended package is essentially trimming enough to get us enough time for a potential medium case or worst case, depending on what that looks like, scenario, plus buy time for coordinated studies. Without any cuts, we would be looking at essentially if we had a worst case scenario, we would be looking at a deficit, right? If we were to just somehow make 100K happen next year, through whatever type of reductions we can do. If we hit a worst case scenario, we wouldn't be able to afford that worst case scenario. So like a whole engine rebuild or something like that can cost up to $100K sometimes, depending on the engine rebuild. So those do get hefty, and the grants that we get for that, we have the State of Good Repair grant, that's maximum $10K a year. So this year we're looking at $8K. So it's a huge cost. So to answer your question, it depends on the worst case scenario, but with the recommended package, it allows for some wiggle room to do studies and then, adjust accordingly in the next fiscal years after that.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think that's one of the benefits of not just looking at fiscal year 27 is trying to look at, the out years, is so if it does turn into a worst case scenario, something that we're not anticipating, then we have that buffer, right? And then these studies, like the analysis and looking at the projections from the state and all the funding, that's an ongoing process for us over the next years, right? Because those are constantly changing as well. So it's not a one and done. We're going to continue to look at it and continue to adjust as we need to.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
And I would say we put these numbers together, working with the finance staff to use similar assumptions in terms of expected revenue returns. So taking a similar approach to what we're doing with the city budget overall with those items.
So thank you. You've been discussing expense and revenue. Is there a fund balance? Is there a reserve independent of this conversation?
No. So the reserve would essentially be the 848. And so we do need to have a reserve as well. That's currently not. So we're just, this ending balance would show as a potential reserve.
Is there a policy on reserve standards?
So there is a policy that was adopted by TAC several years back to where we have a reserve goal of 6 months operating. We've obviously been dipping into that reserve recently as a result of the budget situation, but that would be the stated goal that we're hoping to build back to once we're able to level out the budget and start increasing our reserve and balance.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember DeCarlo.
I had one more question I missed. So with routes like Route 10 and 24 having, 3 and 7 passengers on average per hour respectively, how long have routes like that been in effect and happening?
I can't say specifically. Route 24 in this iteration has been running in its form about 8 to 10 years, and Route 10 I would say would be the same. With transit, it's always a balance of a couple different things. One being your productivity type service. So our highest ridership corridors are Washington, to where they're denser and you get a variety of uses. And then Route 2 that runs on North McDowell. But then you also have to balance that with routes that are providing coverage to vital parts of your city. And so Route 10 and 24 are those, for example. I think people would generally agree that it would be hard to not have any service going to Kaiser, given the importance of it. But when you look at that corridor overall and kind of the uses and the densities throughout, it just does not have the same ridership generation as Route 11 or 2 does. But it's still something where it's a vital part of the city. We've heard it isn't really viable to not serve that area with transit. So that's kind of the trade-off and the balance of looking at the entire network and those routes in particular.
Okay, but those are the two that are also being recommended to get cut tonight. So part of what it makes me think about is, with transit being so crucial to our climate goals and attaining those, we've got buses running to both ends of the city that are largely empty. So to me, that doesn't set a great model for what we're trying to promote when we're sending empty buses back and forth all day long. When like tonight we're considering, taking them off the list, but I don't know if that sets a great standard.
Okay, great. Let's go to public comment. And will you fill us in?
At some point, I'd like to get a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, send up a flare. I'm not all here. Councilmember Quint.
I mean, I can wait till after, but.
Now is good.
Okay. On slide 9, you had a bullet point, canceling arrangement with Sonoma County Transit to recover remaining Transportation Development Act funds. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so there is a unofficial agreement between Petaluma Transit and Sonoma County Transit that's been in place for a couple of decades, and it's part of what's called a coordinated claim for Sonoma County. What happens is a lot of the transit funds, TDA and STA, they come from MTC at the regional level down to the county level, and then they get distributed amongst funding agreements that the agencies have worked out. So that's how we determine how much of TDA and STA funds go to each operator based on agreements that were derived that give you revenue for things like number of boardings, number of service hours, et cetera. And so one piece of that annual process is an interoperator funding agreement between Petaluma Transit and Sonoma County Transit, where we've been contributing funding towards routes 44 and 48 that they run, and those generally run along Petaluma Boulevard North and then Sonoma Mountain Parkway. And we've been helping to fund a portion, approximately 15% of the cost on those. And then for that service, our contribution is providing service above and beyond what would be the baseline on that. And so it's been an unofficial agreement to where the city has been providing that funding to Sonoma County Transit every year as part of the coordinated claim. That's one of the items that we talked about with the TAC, and one of the items that's also recommended as an action is that the city backs out of this informal agreement. As we're looking at our budget and looking at all aspects, turning over all stones, that's not just the services within the city, even things like our intercity services, our regional services, or something that's considered. And so that's one of the ones that was another hard decision that we looked at, to where we are recommending backing out of that agreement. The net result of that would be saving the city $260,000 per year as part of that agreement. Without that, you're potentially finding other areas where you have to trim. In our case, that would potentially be entire routes, if not more than just one. So that was also considered, as were all the city services, as part of the overall budget, and something that was recommended as a staff action is to rescind from that agreement.
Thank you. So just to be clear, when we're looking at the numbers, I'm looking for the, I guess it's slide 31, the 2-year funding solution, where the bottom result shows in a reserve of 848 and 27, 575 and 28, and then we have our reserves are depleted, and we're 400K in the hole in 29. Those numbers include us not paying that $260,000. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the city has voiced our intent of backing out that agreement.
And so is that, and I don't know if this is a question for the city manager, but is that a done deal? Are we, I mean, we're kind of banking on it here in this presentation, but I just want to, I want to know, like, is that a done deal, or is what risk do we have that's, that we're going to have to pay that or some of it?
We've requested to withdraw from that arrangement, but we have not gotten confirmation.
And so is there any legal recourse if they say, no, we want you to pay it? Like, how's that like going to play out? Because I think it's important for this body, because we have a recommendation that's kind of close, and it's banking on the fact that we're saying we're not going to pay that. So I want to make sure that everybody is clear-eyed about what happens if we don't go through with that.
So just for purpose of tonight, and we haven't dove into that as the legal team, but as a general matter, there's really no such thing as informal public agency contracts that are enforceable. So there's been what I would say from a legal standpoint is some cooperation and coordination, but in the absence of a contractual obligation, unless there's some other kind of leverage or control that I'm not aware of, there's really most likely no basis for requiring Petaluma to continue to pay or forgo those funds. I'm not sure in what way they're structured, at which of those it is, but that, and maybe staff needs to correct that or amplify that, but that's what I would say based on what I'm seeing tonight.
Well, I'll just add to that, that, staff, our transit staff has been indicating to the other transit agencies over the last several weeks our intent and need to really, withdraw from the agreement because of all these modifications that we're talking about tonight. And so one of the requests in talking with SCTCA staff was for us to put that in writing, which we did, per the city manager's comment. We put that in writing late last week. And so we just provided that. We essentially, SCTCA staff said they would like acknowledgement from Sonoma County Transit of receipt of that. And because what we understand is that they'll have to absorb that reduction, right? They'll have to make some modification to Sonoma County Transit. What that looks like exactly, we don't know. But that's going to be an ongoing discussion. So the other thing to note is an item for the coordinated claim, if that's the right term, is going to be going to the SCTCA board next week, Monday, I believe, on the 13th. And so that'll be an action where they'll presumably accept that withdrawal. Is that, Jared, if you want to confirm that?
Yeah, that's all correct. That funding, it's in the overall pool of the TVA funds that are associated with Petaluma Transit, and it's taken off the top. That's how it's doled out every year. But as Eric outlined, there's no formal agreement on that, no contractual, long-standing type written documents requiring that.
Okay, I appreciate all of that. Would someone care to guesstimate the risk that that may, create some issue for us? I guess I don't know if there's, a political piece of this that comes into play that makes us decide, we probably need to pay that.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point about risk. I think Councilmember Barnacle brought it up in a different way, saying, what about worst case? I think you're talking a worser case. Yeah. So, there's consequences to actions we take. We're in an unclear space, but we're in a financial imperative.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the answer there. My next question is, there's a fair amount of optimism expressed, and I know, Mayor, you touched on this a little bit in your question, but I want to make sure that we help level set expectations with council on future grants that are above and beyond sort of what we've been living with in our normal run rates. Would you care to articulate, or could you articulate, just kind of like a ballpark direction? What do we think we can get in terms of new grants that we haven't had in our funding sources? And kind of what I'm looking for, and maybe someone else wants something a little bit more definite, but I'm just like, is it in the magnitude of an extra $100K a year, an extra $200K a year? That's good enough for me.
Yeah, so essentially right now, the new grant is a fund, so we can continue to use the LC top towards operations, and it is a fund. So the difference between fund and grant, in case anyone doesn't know, is a grant is a competitive, you get awarded, depending on cycle. Sometimes it's every year, sometimes it's every few years, depends on the grant cycle. A fund is an every year essentially set aside. You might have to go through a grant application to get, allocated that fund. So the LC Top Fund, we anticipate about at least 100+ K a year. Right now, we're looking at like 120-ish K for the next fiscal year, and we can continue to do that every year. However, the issue is it's funded through cap and trade, which is declining. So it's based upon a sales tax through cap and trade. However, for operations for our Go Sonoma Cycle 2, we did apply for an operating grant. We requested, don't want to misquote, but it was about $1 million or $2 million for operations. And it was written in a way for any type of short range transit plan, any new operations based upon that for changes that take effect, either new routes or rerouting or service frequencies. And so we are hoping for that because we did get awarded something very similar in the last cycle. So that was the MTIS grant through Go-Sonoma, which is currently funding school trippers and service increase, and then LumaGo. So there is that because we have been awarded in the past. However, operational grants don't always score as competitively as an active transportation grant or a bus purchase grant because it's an ongoing expense, whereas grants like to traditionally they tend to fund a program and then they'd like to tie it up with a nice ribbon and then be done and then move on to the next project. So there is a high chance that we could potentially get it, but it is a very competitive process, so it depends.
And I would add that it's hard to know beyond the grants we've applied for, multiple years down the road. In the past, as any indication, over the past couple of years, we've gotten somewhere between like 200 and 500,000, I would say, per year for operating funds through those grants. So if that continues to be the case, that would be a good scenario. But beyond the ones we've applied for, it's hard to know.
Got it. Okay. And I know we touched on this a little bit, but what is, and maybe you answered this, but is there a penalty for the net impact to the city to ending LumaGo sooner? I understand that we have grant money to help fund it through June 1st, but would it benefit us in a net positive way to end the operation sooner and apply any remaining funds to other operations?
So potentially, we can look up the cost per month. Do you know how far the 150 takes us? So there's still cost beyond that? And
the 150 would just invoicing for operation hours, so driver hours, billable hours, would get us through mid-June. So that 150K I estimated, and it would essentially we would expend the funds fully halfway through June using entirely LumaGo. And that grant is very specific. It would have to specifically be for on-demand wheelchair accessible vehicles. So that's that specific grant. The MTIS grant, because of being awarded the SAFA grant, I've been able to reshift funding for the MTIS grant to fund larger portions of the school trippers and service increase. Because in the past I was just invoicing for just driver hours, but now I'm able to invoice for fuel and other expenses that were previously not invoiced for because of this new LumaGo grant through the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood the answer I was hoping for.
I would say the quick summary is the grant funding will take us through mid-June, and so we wouldn't really have any benefit because we cannot spend that funding alternatively, and so we'd be ending the service and not using the 150K. So I would say not really any significant savings, and we'd get less service as a result.
Does the total expense for continuing LumaGo exceed 150K, or is that paying for all of LumaGo?
The total expense for the remainder of the year for LumaGo exceeds the grant. The grant covers essentially driver hours.
Okay, so can you estimate what savings we would get if we ended LumaGo and forwent the grant?
So like 80%, 90%?
I see what you're asking now. Yeah.
It would cover everything other than the last 2 weeks of the fiscal year. So we can figure out the exact percent, but something like 80 to 93%, something like that would be covered to run it through the end of the fiscal year with that grant. So the only piece that wouldn't be funded is that remaining sliver, which we'll have to calculate here in a second.
Okay, if it's nominal, I'm not interested. I'm just curious if there's a way, like if we could carve out an extra 50 grand and put it back into the kitty, then I would be, something to look at. But if it's nominal, I'm not too concerned about it.
Yeah, I think we're talking less than $10,000 under that scenario.
Wherever possible, can we stick with numbers instead of percentages, just so I was getting lost in the percentages. Thanks.
Thank you. We were headed towards public comment. Let's go there now.
We did receive a comment ahead of the meeting, and I have several cards. If anyone else would like to speak, now is the moment to submit your card.
And seeing no one else standing and walking, we're closing the public comment period for submitting cards. Our first speaker will be Leslie Fouché, and then Matt Calloway to follow.
Hi, thanks for your time. I just wanted to come before you to say, I understand budgets are tight across the board and cuts do have to be made somewhere. But I would just really encourage the council to think about whether public transportation is the right place to make those cuts, particularly our, pretty cost-effective fixed routes. And the reason I say that is because cuts to transit have been shown to increase unemployment as people can't reliably get to work, decrease graduation rates. Of course, you've got increased traffic, air pollution, and worse health outcomes. But another thing I'd ask you to really strongly factor into your considerations is that gas prices are extremely high right now. The war with Iran is, there's no end in sight. And the projections are that gas prices are just going to get astronomically higher. So now is not really the time to be cutting these essential services. Now is the time to double down and really show people who might be turning to the bus for the first time that our public transportation, it can be reliable and cost effective and a great way to get where they need to go. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matt Calloway to be followed by Maureen Gottschall. And Matt, I think, has left the building. So that brings us to Maureen Gottschall to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
I want to make a comment that I really found the questions the City Council has asked tonight great and really informative, and so good job. One of the questions that I had was, when we're talking about equity, what was the decision process and recommending cutting all of Sunday service versus just reducing it? Because when we're talking about basic services, I'm really concerned that we don't know what day somebody's day off is. People work all different types. A lot of people work on the weekends, or they have two jobs. And so for me, Sunday feels like a critical travel day for seniors, people with disabilities, workers, residents. They're going to they might also be the only day they can go somewhere with their family, or, go grocery shopping, or go to religious services. So there are many establishments in Petaluma that are still open on Sundays. So the data shows that 11,300 annual riders depend on Sunday transit services, 9.6 boarding per hour. It's the highest efficiency of any service proposed for elimination. Sunday peak demand is 1 p.m. With a strong ridership from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And I was just thinking about that timeline, and especially the 11, which goes from the east to the west. And St. Vincent's has a Spanish-speaking mass at 12 to 1, and it's a big, huge community. And so I feel like this community has been really hit hard, and probably one of the only places they can go and feel safe is at their church. And so I'm really worried about the isolation that Sunday service or Sunday transit service would cause if you remove it completely. You have a whole group of people who are now not able to get around. So to me, I just want to understand what equity, because you guys talk about it a lot, like what does that mean? And what does that mean when you're talking about basic services 7 days a week? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers to be followed by Eric Vasquez.
Hi. I'm just going to continue a little bit on what Maureen talked about with Sunday services and segue that into the paratransit component of Sunday. Because, if able-bodied people can't take the bus, they have alternatives. And if disabled people can't take paratransit, they often have no alternative. Which means that on Sunday, they just can't go to the places they would have gone. They can't walk, they can't bike. These are people who go through a whole process of, filling out forms, getting doctor's orders. This is critical to them. Again, same thing, church, shopping, joining family for lunch downtown, whatever. And it seems to me that taking away that entire day is maybe not the best place to cut expenses. The other thing I would say about this Route 24, which is it's crucial in some sense, but not very well ridden. So it totally makes sense to reduce the frequency. But I'm really curious about how this pilot going out there actually happened. I mean, there's a lot of places in town, I'm sure, that people would like to see a pilot, like go here, go there, we could go, but 24 goes out to Kaiser. That's why it doesn't run on Saturday and Sunday, because Kaiser's closed. So chances are that even with these low numbers, a big portion of it is going to Kaiser. The other big portion is probably going to the light industry on South McDowell Extension, all of those places or whatever. And so those places are also closed on the weekend. So to say this is a pilot that we need to try, I mean, I get the equity. I know it goes through some disadvantaged neighborhoods, but I don't know that we're going to see the numbers and that's a pilot we want to try. And I also think that we need to be a little bit more careful with pilots because, we put these things out and then people get dependent on them. It's the same thing with, Luma Go. It's a pilot. Well, what's the plan to keep this going? People become dependent, but we don't seem to have any kind of plan to maintain that going forward. So I think we need to think carefully about what we pilot in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric Vasquez. And it's okay if you're a member of TAC to say, I'm a member of TAC and I've been thinking about this. So
good evening. So I'll just start by saying I'm a member of TAC. Not being bashful about it. So forgive me if this just sounds like a word salad. I really didn't have anything prepared for this, but I was the one who brought forward the pilot idea for Route 24. Just a little personal story with me. The bus routes have always been a lifeline for folks, and as far as I can remember, this has never really existed for a Saturday service. So I proposed it as a Saturday service because we have a lot of communities. We have COTS, we have the Altura Apartments, the Littlewoods residents, and a few other ones that I just can't think off the top of my head right now. But to me, this is where I think of equity. I think of the folks who have relied on these, who would rely on these services all the time. And yes, it's fundamentally clear that we know that Kaiser to Smart are the two biggest peaks of where we want to see this route going. But ultimately, I want to be able to see the community and the neighborhoods that I'm around be able to enjoy going into downtown on a Saturday and not have to rely on their car because, I will say that I've gone into events in downtown and I'd prefer not to take my car and relieve traffic congestion. But we don't know what that would look like, so that's why I'm hoping that we can see this come through. With everything that's going on right now, I just really hope that the council comes to a decision that continues to stay vigilant on where we need to be in the future. I had said on TAC that I have grave concerns with cuts, and I believe that it's abundantly clear that no one wants to see anything cut. LumaGo is particularly important with folks, and we can continue to debate how effective or how much frequency we have on it, but it is popular. And I would hope that if we were not in the situations that we were on a local level with budget cuts happening here and across the state, that we could continue to expand. And I guess in closing, I respect the decision that is made, but I hope we can continue to strategically think about what we do going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. Gail Abrams, to be followed by Dave Alden.
Good evening and thank you. And for my sins, I am the chair of TAC. None of us wanted to see any cuts, and I wanted to thank Brian for pointing out what I've said at TAC several times, or anytime anyone will listen, is that everyone who's riding the bus in Petaluma is an equity issue. You know, nobody is riding the bus because it's really convenient. We just don't have that kind of coverage and that kind of frequency. But it's great that we have it at all. Do an internet search, middle-sized cities that have public transit, reasonable public transit, are viewed as, they're more successful. They have higher property taxes. Businesses want to come in. People want to move there. It's something that people look up when they're thinking of where they want to live. With increased smart, people don't want to get off the bus and have, oh, now how do I get to where I'm trying to go? So it's not just good for people, and it's not just an equity issue. It's good for the city. And I wanted to thank you for funding Fare Free. Again, oh, Brian, I wasn't thinking, but I kept calling you out twice. Yes, you couldn't buy that kind of marketing. You couldn't buy that kind of success. And it's also so great for everyone who could not afford to ride the bus or who it made a difference to. And so just like every organization I've ever made a contribution to, 3 more people asked me for a contribution. And as the mayor said, in times like this, we have to double down. And so I'm going to ask you to contribute more to transit. $100,000 can keep our buses running 1 hour later into the evening. So people who would not normally take the bus could, because they'll get home instead of driving. And I haven't been in Petaluma all that long, but one thing I do know, that more than most places, everybody complains about the traffic. So, you know, if a few more people don't have to take their car, everyone will be happier. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Dave Alden.
By my tally, I'm the 5th member of TAC to speak this evening, which, hey, good for us. That shows a level of commitment I'm proud of. I appreciate the mayor bringing up the reserve policy this evening. I was afraid it might not come up, so I turned my card in. I was actually probably the TAC member who spearheaded that adoption back in about 2015. As Ms. Sullivan said earlier, it's 50% of the, well, let's say it's 6 months of operating costs, which is something around $2 million, I believe, right now. So when we look at the numbers today, and we're sort of looking at, you know, 200 grand above, 200 grand below, that's the end of year surplus, I'm going, that's compared to an end of year reserve that should be 2 million. So we are in a deep, deep hole no matter what we do this evening. And I know we can't get back there very quickly, but I think we need to keep in mind that the long-term goal is to get back to that reserve, because within the last decade, we have had proof that it's needed. When the pandemic hit, a lot of those federal funds that came to save transit weren't there day one. For the first 6-9 months, that reserve was crucial to keeping transit on the road. So we need to reestablish that reserve when we can. And then I also heard the comment tonight that the buses are empty more than they should be. I don't ride the bus a lot. I don't really need to for anything in my life, but I ride it once in a while just to check it out as a member of TAC. Other than maybe one stop at a time, I have never been the only person on a bus. It averages half dozen typically. I think you hear a lot of concerns about buses running empty, the same way you hear about smart trains running empty, even as we approach 1.4 million in annual ridership, because the nature of transit vehicles being high off the ground with shaded windows, you don't see people as well as you think you might. But there's more people on there than you might see from the curb. There always should be more. I want to see a day where there's 20, 25 people on the bus everywhere, but there's more out there than you think, and we need to take care of those folks. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. That was our last speaker. That closes public comment. I'll bring it on back up to the dais. I think we've heard quite a bit. I think we actually have a question for staff if they want to take a crack at it. How did Sunday become an identified, separated issue?
So on Sundays, that was one of the difficult additions to the list because there are concerns with Sunday from the equity point of view. We know that it's hard to eliminate a day of service altogether because some people may not have an option whatsoever on that day. I would say several of the additional items come into play with Sunday. So if you're not running the fixed route service, then the paratransit service is also a potential savings. One of the things that we're recommending is a reduction in our dispatcher positions, one position going from 40 hours a week to 24. And so there's also savings on that day. If you don't have dispatchers working that day, that's a savings. If you don't have utility workers fueling buses, that's a savings. Now, that's to say that's counterbalanced with equity concerns. So we're getting to the point where it's very hard to find items for this list that are recommended. The trade-off, if you're not including Sundays, you're potentially looking at other options like perhaps eliminating another route altogether. And we didn't think that was a viable option by comparison. But that was one of the difficult ones that we were looking at for that list, for sure.
Appreciate you hitting that. And I bet all of them were difficult when you were reviewing them. I think at this point we've tried to get our arms around this thing, and I'd like to try and get each of the council members or whoever feels comfortable to kind of summarize and give staff a little takeaway from tonight's workshop. Since it's not a resolution or an action or anything else, this is your opportunity to summarize your thoughts on the matter. And as Councilmember Quint, as the representative to TAC, I thought I'd let you lead off.
The 6 member.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to appreciate the TAC members showing up. I know it's a group of people that care deeply about transit in our community, and so that's why they're there. That's why they show up and and participate. Having sat through this a number of times with the TAC team, I feel that the proposal that staff has put together, I think addresses, it's a well-balanced plan to address the shortfall. I think, I get a little, and I've expressed this to my colleagues on TAC, and they probably, think I express it a little too much. I get a little concerned in the third year, right? Because I look at what Satin Roads, the city schools are going through, and they've, tried to take a short-term view and, and maybe make considerations for this year. And the deficit in the future years starts to compound. And I want to make sure, what's sort of kept me up at night with this is, taking a view that's this year or just next year and not thinking about year 3, because in year 3 is where the biggest, concern is. Having said that, I think staff has done a really good job in the plan that they put together. We still have on paper right now, if everything played out the way, if our best guess comes to fruition, we'll have a $400 shortfall in year 3. I'm optimistic, and I'm going to share staff's optimism that we'll be able to find a way to shore that up. But it is a it's a cautionary tale if we come back and we're not, for some reason, if we have to continue to pay the $260K, that could be problematic. So overall, I think staff has done good work, and I would encourage City Council to support the recommendations that are being made.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs?
Yeah, thank you. The belt tightening that we're going through now, being proactive and moving forward, what I'm thinking about is it's not just transit at this time that we need to be thinking about. We have a budget meetings coming up for the entire city for all operations. And it'd be lovely if we'll just go ahead and reduce public safety and move money over here and make transit wonderful and fully fund it that way. But looking at all our budgets, I think what we're doing tonight, the tight belting that we're doing now with the transit, public transit, we're going to need to do across the board for everything down the road, because we're going to be cutting this, and then equally we need to cut everything else. So I think we're going to have to take a fine pencil all the way down, because the future right now financially here in the U.S. is looking a little sketchy from my point of view, and I think a lot of folks might agree with that. And so we have to be more precautious right now and be more careful. And this is going to be our first round of budget cuts on one item, but I'm thinking we're going to be making budget cuts on 10 items shortly across the board. So thank you for all the work you've done to at least give an example of what we are doing now to do this one program, but I think we're going to have to put an equal amount of effort in all our programs coming up this year, because this is, I'm a little scared right now. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Now.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. It's never easy to make cuts, and thank you, Councilmember Shribs. When we talk about marketing, as Councilmember Barnacle brought up, LumaGo is set to end the first week of June.
First week of July 5th.
Okay. So it will be available during the fair.
Yes,
Okay.
it would be under this
Okay, because
proposal.
that's a huge marketing, and like Better Next Day is coming up, and I think somebody else brought it up, a public comment. When there's an event, we want to encourage people to take public transportation and leave their cars at home to ease the parking situation downtown. Talking to the residents of Petaluma, my neighbors, my family, there are retail employees who don't make a lot of hourly wages, and they use our public transportation to get to their jobs. And that frees up a parking space because they're taking public transportation. So we have to think about that. We're easing up our parking situation downtown. And then the customers, there are some customers who aren't really handicapped, who aren't going to be riding a bike, who aren't going to be walking, but that's their social. It's their lifeline to go on the bus, to go downtown. They're retired. That's their enjoyment. That's what they do. And they have quite a friendship. And how I know that is I was downtown shopping for a get well gift, and someone said, "Oh, who are you buying this for?" And I said, "Oh, she rides the bus." And I'll have to tell the bus driver because we were worried about her. So it's like they really have a social network with those bus drivers and those bus lines. I was like, wow, this is really a whole social scene that I didn't even know about. And it takes me back to 1976 when we got our little diesel buses in Petaluma. I'm going to date myself. Councilmember Akita Thompson will remember these little putt-putt diesel buses came around town. They were called like Hey Schooner. That was my lifeline to downtown. I was a kid that lived out in the country. I could jump on that thing and ride into town. I'm dating myself. It probably cost $0.25. But it was wonderful. And I could take the little kids I babysat. I could get to my job downtown. And that was my lifeline as a teenager. So I do support staff's recommendations, but I would love to go into another year of at least using LumaGo as a lifeline to our community and helping out those who need that public transportation. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Well, I appreciate staff being as conservative as possible in the cuts on all this. I really do think we have to look at, having a fair system again. I don't think we can't not look at that, and especially I think if you graphed out the numbers, the deficit, as was pointed out, over the next 3 years, I think that would be an exponential curve, and you can't say that in the best case scenario an exponential curve is just going to flatten out on its own. So I think we really have to consider that and look at it. I think it's brought up in public comment that ending Sunday services, would be bad for a lot of reasons. Probably at least for Route 11 and for paratransit. So I don't know if something has to be cut in its place. I don't know if, like, say on Route 24, we further reduce the frequency there and see what that saves to help balance it out. But I think that I don't think we want to end paratransit and something like a east side to west side service as in Route 11. So otherwise, I support the recommendations.
Thank you. Councilmember Cater-Thompson?
Well, I'm going to start off with why we need economic development in a town. If we had a hotel that was almost built, we would be getting, well, people might think it's really funny, but we're cutting services because we don't have that revenue coming in. And that was a lot of revenue from that hotel. And so people can sit out there and laugh and stare at me, but the bottom line is we lost a lot of revenue because a group of people that have the money decided this wasn't good enough. This isn't what they wanted for Petaluma. We may not get a 4-story hotel. We may get nothing. We have a lot of vacant lots in our town. We have a lot of housing that could be done. All that money goes into the city to pay for services. And now we're cutting services because people didn't realize what would happen when you don't have that economic development coming into this town. I'll go along with the majority on the council. I'm not happy with this at all. It's just unfortunate, and we shouldn't be here today, and we wouldn't be here today if, a few years ago, people decided, we don't want this hotel, let's do a ballot measure. Well, now those same people are hurting people that need public transit. And just on another note, I had a neighbor that moved in from San Francisco, and what was really important was that 15 minutes, having a bus every 15 minutes. You have a bus every half hour and every hour, it's just not as successful. And so to have a successful system, we need to have it integrated every 15 minutes. And this is a real problem if we're going to be changing to longer times. And I think less people will use it. And I think with the cost of living, just wondering.
Please carry on.
I'm wondering with the cost of living and the cost of gas and everything else, are more people going to actually use transit or other means to get around instead of, spending $7 on gas? And as Councilmember Shrib said, I don't see the forecast really great. We have a maniac in the White House for the next 3 years. We don't know what's going to happen from second to second, what comes out of that mouth. And so I'll go ahead and support this.
Okay. No, I totally concur with you on economic
Reluctantly.
development, and the economic development is widespread. Our losses in town are widespread. I worry that our reductions are going to be widespread as well, and that's troublesome. Councilmember DeCarlo, you had another thought, question?
Oh, I just had a quick clarification because I think public transit's funded by grant funds, not hotels. That's all.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember
I'm going to have a
Martin.
clarification on that, because when you have a shortfall, that extra revenue can be spread out into all different areas, whether it's parks or our bus transit. So that's how it really works.
And like you say, the fare free program comes out of general fund, and other opportunities exist. And if we wish to make an equity thing that says that people who can't get around town, people who need to be mobile on Sundays, that's a value decision that could be made in the budget, as the budget is our biggest policy point.
And I took the SMART train home after I went down to LA. I did a quick turnaround in one day. And when I was coming back, there were people that probably should have paid, and they let them on there because they were low-income workers. And there were quite a few of them on there. So transportation is important for people to go to work so we can buy the goods that we want.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle?
Why do people just sit there and laugh?
So, I can't help but think we should have seen this coming, and so I hope that this type of forecasting happens more regularly. It needs to be mandatory going forward for any of our programs that are heavily funded by grants and formula or otherwise. This needs to be something that is daylighted as part of the budget process. In a budget meeting, we need to have this kind of information because we may have made different decisions last year if we had known some of this stuff. I support the staff recommendation with a few caveats. Canceling the arrangement with the county. There's a big assumption there that we're just going to get the money back, and that whatever service those lines are providing right now is just going to be continued. But I want to understand what trade-offs there are there, if there are any. So that when this comes back before us, I definitely want much more thorough information on that, because that feels like probably when I asked about the rainy day, like that's the thing that is an assumption in there that just we're kind of taking for granted. And thank you, Councilmember Quint, for airing that. I just went through a reduction in force in my organization. It's painful, and so I know this is painful because at the other end of this, there's people who aren't going to be mobile in the city as much. There's people who are not going to be working, right? Like cutting routes or cutting people's jobs too. My sort of North Star in doing this is making sure that you identify the core things that you need to do, and that you continue to do those well. Otherwise, you'll be out of a job. So I think that we've done that here. I have some concerns about very low ridership lines and things like that. But I think having heard the stories of people who absolutely need to get to Kaiser, I think that's an important line. So I think you've done that, but just please sharpen that pencil and make sure that the core function of operating a transit network and the people who rely on it for the thing that they need it for, that it continues to do that, because if they stop riding it, then we truly are up a creek and we don't have a paddle. We need to be focused. Before we start adding back routes, we should be thinking about building reserves and getting back to that a financially strong place. And just to the hotel is this symbol of things, but the issue is this is a symbol of what's to come in the budget process, because if we were flush with cash and the economy was great right now, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. We'd be probably continuing going forward, and we'd be subsidizing transit from the general fund. And so no one up here wants to be having tough conversations, and that's what we're doing because we don't have the revenues and costs keep going up. So Janice gets, animated about this stuff. I get animated about this stuff, but it's because none of us want to be having these conversations. We don't want to be talking about what roads we're paving, what new lines we're opening, things like that. We want to be creating opportunity and value for the community. And right now we're talking about what we're not going to deliver for them. And no one up here ran for that reason. And so the hotel, I don't love hotel developers. I don't love hotels. I do love rooftop bars. What I love is delivering for the community, and right now we're not doing that. We're making tough decisions, and I think that we're going to see more of that. I think the community can expect that this is a sign of things to come as we get into the budget process, and I hope that this is a wake-up call to the community that if we want to keep attaining things, we need to also be focused on economic development and focused on revenue generation, because all of these funds right here, so many of them are like hinging on federal monies that we have a completely unstable federal government right now. And we could be like in a real hard place with things like that. And so, you know, this is like the rainy day is the federal government does something horrible to this. And so, you know, I support the staff recommendation. I've given my input. This sucks. But thank you for the TAC members who put in all the effort into this, because I know none of them are easy conversations. And I appreciate you all sifting through the weeds and helping get us to here.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's probably a good summary on things. When you get the bad economy is real, hard decisions come real. I think, you know, one of my greater concerns is the reserves, that we are not with reserves, and that's a big concern. But my concern for the system is higher than that. My concern is that it does provide equity in the community. It does serve our climate goals. It does benefit our traffic in town, and it benefits getting kids to school. And so those are all constituency or issues that are critical to us. So I would love to have all our fixed routes stay unimpacted. And I think this is not a time for add-ons. We're talking about things that might be good things to do. I think this is not a time for add-ons. But my bottom line is, I think the TAC and yourselves have spent a lot of time pulling together the least worst lists. And so I think realism is that we respect the proposal. So, you know, on one hand, I'm saying don't fix any. If you can find a way to keep fixed routes out there, that's the way it is for me. And does that provide you the kind of input you were hoping for this evening? Okay, and that was a long and exhaustive, and we only did this once, and you all at TAC did this multiple times. So thank you very much, and thank our audience. And with that, we are adjourned for the evening. Thank you.